Oh boy, I wonder what's gonna be the difference. Whew. Ah, okay. Oh yeah. No, I don't think so. Oh well, the one I use is called Rocket Burst. It's a mouse preset. It's wired, but I use a blue. I use a Bluetooth one at some point. Ugh. No, no. No. Oh, yeah. No, not really. I heard plenty of those before. Uh, no. 2 layers. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Damn. Hey, yo. Oh, look at the stream. That kid. She's my daughter. Oh, that's crazy. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, I didn't say anything. I was just looking at the manga. Yeah. Phew. I wonder how much is like the money I gave you compared to your current currency right now. I bet it's probably a lot, right? Whew. Yeah. Well, once I get my refund from PayPal, I'm gonna see you again, so you can just get more stuff for yourself. Two sinners, and I still feel like a shell. The app? Oh, hmm. Yeah. All right.
自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取って今日という日を祝って笑って愛して光になるから孤独ならして消えない傷を抱えていても眠れない骨に噛んでいても君に似合う笑顔を探す期待していてよ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは
This after starting was sad. I don't know what's funny. What is it? Damn. Yeah, hands are really hard. So yeah, yeah. I'm not sure about my hand drawings. That'll be nice. But from what I know, I can just like try to simplify it into like a slice of bread and try to manipulate the shapes from there. I think it's probably because my most I don't know. It just looks. I think it's probably not natural. That's probably why. But hmm. Yeah, now that I think about it, I should draw some hands. I'll just get to. Yeah, I gotta I gotta think this one real quick. I'm gonna use an ink, so I fail more times, but I learn more. So I have like no, I can't erase it. So it forces my brain. Not sure if it's a good idea though. Whew. Yeah, yeah, I think my hands are at least okay. Is this? I have to think when to apply it right. Right now, I'm looking at this thing and try to understand it at least. Honestly, maybe it's because the reason why people don't like to draw hands as much is because I think it's because of the shape rather. The reason why I think people think hands are hard is because when you try to think of a hand and let's say for example, oh hey, I'll just use my hand as a reference. Okay, sure, that could work, but like you need to have like a lot of space in your brain to like when your brain is like a butler and it's trying to find like let me see how I can translate this into a drawing. Something like that, but I think it has something to do with overthinking and you have to tell your brain, stop making this complicated, stop making this complicated. Please simplify it. So maybe that's my problem actually. But I could be wrong. Yeah. Oh, so it's like making it 3D. You're not. Yeah. Well, you're kind of not streaming anything right now. I don't see what you're doing right now. You're not Picardo. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'll go check right now. Yeah. Now I see it. Yeah. Well, I saw some of it. I saw some of it. Yeah. 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 Hmm. Yeah. To be honest, I think I really like that using that method more instead of the oh let me just put the locked in cylinders. And I don't understand why people like yeah something like that, but like they make it seem like so complicated. Plus, yeah, yeah, complex. Oh, yeah, 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 bad. Yeah, yeah. I'll try both of those, but right now I'm just looking at yeah, yeah. Like, choose the best way for your brain to think, or something like that. Yeah, yeah, uh, yeah. Well, I think I should do more gesture drawing. I did a few in the past, but I think I should do more. No, well, you do make it look like it's easy. So if I just had this curve, it would look more natural. And if I had foreshortening, it would work better, hopefully. I don't know. This looks soft. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I was just saying the thing I drew. But Yeah. Okay, I sent it. Let me know what you think, but I think I did okay. No, I really don't know. Cross? Oh, draft? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like a base. Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah. I think I'll try draft, but sometimes I do draft. Is just yeah, 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 yeah. It's one of my mistake. I don't know. I don't know what I did right though. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do think I'm bad, but I'm not to the point of like I'm saying I'm bad every day. It's just that sometimes I look at the harder drawings of other people, and I was thinking like, how do they draft this exactly? So maybe I should try to do that. Yeah, yeah. So I think you're probably right on the money. I just rush things too fast, and I just like I take 1 or 2 seconds to look, or just take a bit longer and just try to. Yeah. Oh, it's buffering. Hold on. I'm just gonna refresh real quick. Okay, there we go. Blah. I'm gonna eat you. Mwah. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Mako. I saw that your drawings of her. It's bad? Damn, what happened? Yeah. 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 Not sure if not sure if squiggly lines would help. They kind of circle around a bit. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Maybe visualizing them as leaves would probably help, but I'm not so sure about that. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, like if you're not having fun, just take a break. Best thing you can probably do. That's yeah, yeah, the evil arm. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to make a fan manga right now. Uh, well, I'm just looking at the thing you're drawing. I'm trying to Really? So you prefer sketching more than painting? Yeah. Yeah, that's valid, honestly. And painting? Uh, some people say my painting is good, but to be honest, I don't think I'm good enough until I reach the Disco Elysium? Yeah, I want to reach that level of painting because how do people even do that? Like, how does this man do it? And it's just really incredible. Also, yeah, space. Oh, okay, this is funny. I'm starting to learn their. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oof. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. So I noticed that you do use a lot of curves. That's one thing for sure. Yeah. Why? Yeah, that's valid. To be honest, I don't know about my seating either. People. Yeah, I started like drawing when I was pretty young. I used to do a lot of. To be honest, I think I was thinking of becoming a cartoonist at one point, but I wasn't pretty sure about that. But I drew like stuff like Asterix, etc. Oh, I see what's in that show. I just got at this muscle. Yeah, damn. Oh my god, this looks so cursed. I mean the one I drew. Whoa, what did I do? Yeah. So I tried to study your style, and I don't know if I got it right. Hmm. Looks like to me you put a lot of time, but 2 hours. Yeah. Like saddles and stuff? Ah, yeah. Yeah. Looks like one of those Playboy magazines. Yeah. Except the sex is real. Damn! Like line width? Oh yeah, like visibility, like what blends in and what stands out. Like the focal point? Yeah. Oh god, the infamous flipping the. Yeah. 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 So like, yeah, separation like two make it stand out, or either that you want it to blend in. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, let me see. To be honest, I think my best, well, digital art piece is this one, but like it's pretty much the same line width or something. That one's what? Yeah, that one's based off Vagabond.
What?
What? No. Yeah. 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 But I think for the best case of line separation or something like that, at least is the Dudley one. Yeah. GG. Yeah.
Wait,
Uh,
oh,
GG.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. Now I see why. I see. But what? But what if you compare it with the Dudley one, the one I sent just now? I mean, you can see the. No, I don't really
Oh,
hate you for it.
there's no really reason to hate you.
Yeah. Yeah. So drama. Because he wants to punch you in the face.
Hey, yo, is that Armstrong? Woman Alchemist?
Uh, I base it off. Yeah, I base it off handsome Squidward. That was the
Hmm,
that was the reference I used. Uh, uh, so this is
handsome
Dudley
Squidward.
from handsome Squidward, but if he was a boxer. So this is Dudley. He's a African American boxer. He's the Brutus one, and well, he's from Street Fighter's Tree, Third Strike. Yeah. So he's the fighting because I wanted to make him look like I wanted to give him a smug look, and yeah, smug. So you know how like in certain pieces, people will yeah, smug. Let's fight like gentlemen.
What, you gonna try to figure out how to draw another penis or something? Because the first one was a reach for me. Like, Huh.
Roast out of theater semi-drawing. I'm just... Yeah, I don't know how to describe mine.
The first one, what I saw was a tree coming out of someone's mouth.
What?
Yeah, pick
Why
your
does
poison.
this look like Escanor in the Sin
I
because his mustache? Yeah. Yeah, that's cool mustache.
Yeah, so the reference I was kind of using was it reminded me of Armstrong a lot from Fullmetal Alchemist, so I use his like neck as a reference to make him seem like he's buff as fuck, because technically he is. And yeah, it's Armstrong. But in this piece, Armstrong. Yeah, so this is technically a work in progress. I'm trying to figure out how I can just make Balrog so fucking mad. Then I'll call it after. But yeah, it's just him showing off. Yeah. GG.
I'm the opposite.
GG. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm really good at.
Well, you'll find something. I'm still making mistakes.
Well, to be honest, I drew a lot more males than women actually. So I'm like, how do I draw a woman? How do I? Yeah. Yeah.
For me, I
Yeah.
drew monsters, and whenever someone said like, I don't know, this seems off. Well, it's a monster. It can be anything. So checkmate. But huh?
This character? No, he's not bald. He has like a safe hair, like, but it's like curly. So like, yeah, So like on the back,
I'm feeling it somewhat better.
hey, nice. So like on the front, I think at the top, he has like a curly point of strand of hair.
Again?
Yeah, like curly, like, yeah, something like that.
For hair? Maybe if I were to like
Yeah, I saw him my fan art of Dudley, and I'm just trying to learn how to do contrast in silhouettes, right? Sugoi. Yeah.
Don't worry, Jazz will come and hire you again.
Yeah. I'm still trying to like uninstall all my Unreal Engine. I don't know why it's taking so slow to uninstall. Do you like Mega Man a lot or no?
Gundam, Gundam, Gundam. Yeah. Oh, now. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think I actually see my problem here. It's the canvas size. I use like. It's probably my canvas size that's actually the issue. That's why it's so. It's too small. My size is like. Hold on, let me check real quick. Yeah, so it's like 16. No, 1,600 width and height. So it's like really small. No, 1,600. Yeah, I don't know if it's a good size or not, but yeah, yeah, yeah. Start what I say first, then create a draft. But I'm not sure about my attempt on the. GG.
Yeah, what's up? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do a small notes challenge so I can try to. Yeah, like it's really small. It's not like a paper, if you know what I mean. So I'm trying to like force my brain to think smaller and smaller until. Yeah, yeah, maybe I should do that. But I think next time I should increase my canvas size so I can put more details, but yeah. So I'm just like, yeah. And I don't know why I get this a lot, but people say my art looks like horror for some reason. It's probably because of the horror,
Horror.
like why not the pretties? Uh, it's like Lovecraft or something like that. Yeah, that kind of horror.
Oh, horror.
Yeah, and it's probably because of the way I do shading or hatching, and people. Yeah, yeah, and yeah. So I really don't know what is my strengths. I just think, yeah, strengths and weaknesses. But in the past, I had like second lines, so I tried to tell my brain like do it in, do it in this way instead of just like putting a line every minute. So I practice, and I got better at it slightly every time I tried it. See, go Power Rangers! Yeah, you got it to the point that you can just draw it from imagination. Yeah, I can see why. But yeah, I draw mainly emotion. I don't really go for like logic. It's just like when I draw, I just turn my brain off and just go along with the flow. Yeah, yeah, if you want. Uh, but I don't know. My art style is just like a mix from so many people to the point I can't even count anymore. So like Asterix, Tintin, Sita Nozo, and a lot more. Yeah.
You have any more drawings?
Uh, who, me or him?
Yeah, you.
Uh, well, I already sent them in general set. Like, first I did Tony Soprano, then second one was Gunko, The next thing I tried was trying to draw hands and try to mimic his style with the Kaizu. Kaizu.
Oh, which one?
Yeah.
What?
Wait, say that again?
I was trying. I was just saying. I was just trying to mimic the Kaizu composition and try to contrast. I don't know about.
Oh, wait. Oh, am I supposed to be looking at your stream?
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I was trying to do.
Hmm. Now, this is supposed to be a kaiju?
Yeah.
Is this the original character you had in mind, or is this one that...
Original character.
Okay. There we go. Because I
Oh,
was just thinking...
I forgot.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I was simplifying the hair.
Yeah.
What's your best tip? Are you going to choose two hairs in a while? Because I like a lot of hair.
So, so I'm just gonna tell you this. You tried curves yet?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. So let me think. So, what was your first thought when you were trying them? Was it hard or anything, or
Which one?
was
The
it like,
cup.
yeah? Oh, the cup. You didn't go. Yeah, I thought you meant the hair.
Oh, when I first did the hair, I was like, okay, which I like. I know I have a specific. I already have an idea for how the hair might look like. Yet I'm not so sure if I can pull it off, so to speak. I have a basic idea, not not something really pinpoint.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess I just added. I guess I added TD's turn now. GT. Silly o me. Yeah. I'll stream it a bit, and I'll show you like how to use curves exactly. Unless I already did that, I forget. No.
Oh, pooping.
Okay.
You okay?
Who would have thought getting to the toilet would kill you?
Yeah. So, do you think do you think anything was off with the curves you use, or
Leaves.
okay? Yeah. Now I definitely have to put this in a stuff view since I just gave her ditties. Oof. But to be honest, CZ,
What's up?
if you were to describe my art style, what would it be exactly?
Mm, hmm.
Like, is it like horror that everyone else says, or is it more like chaotic instead of order?
Hey,
Yes.
Bert, when choosing a hairstyle,
He went to the
I should
restroom.
try to at least limit to like 2 to 3 designs, right?
Yeah. So when you're trying to do a hairstyle, you should at least do 2 or 3 because
That's
if
going
you
to take us some time to sync.
yeah, so you need to stop overthinking and try to make it less complicated for your brain because like that's why you're finding it difficult because like, oh, I'm not satisfied with this, I'm not satisfied with this, I'm not satisfied with this. That's what happened to me too because like I was thinking, how could I make this look like the character? And I just decided like, okay, well, maybe I should just do a 60-40 rule because I'm tired of letting my perfectionism whip me like a bitch. So yeah.
Fair point.
Yeah. So when you try to do that, it's just like food for thought, at least. Yeah. Doesn't look like they're in motion for me. I'm trying to ink this. Let's see if I just give her tank top just to floaty kind of vibe with the curves. Then I just add it here on her neck. Boom. Yeah, anyways, you were saying?
Oh,
Let's see.
I guess chaotic would be the word. But then again, I don't know if that word suits it.
Well, if it was a manga or anime, what would it be?
Are you doing Roblox?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mainly do Roblox.
Shoot. Can go there, and this can go here.
I don't know.
He's dead today.
If you've never seen this show, it's been out for only 1 day and an exploit has already been discovered that allows a knowledgeable user to display custom graphics on the screen. And sure, the custom graphics demoed here by Blue Sky user David Buchanan is like a tiny line floating in front of some grayscale pixels. But the important thing is Nintendo's probably pissed about this. Those are not official pixels. As far as console exploits go, this one's pretty shallow. And the consensus among Switch hackers right now amounts to everyone please sit down. This is gonna take a while. Particularly as Nintendo is not effing around this time,
I do like how
reserving
it
the right
does
to
look, the whole
brick
sketchiness
tampered
of it.
consoles. The good news is you don't need to hack the
the one I
Switch 2
did?
to use almost anything as a
Yeah.
webcam, including smartphones. Bad news is iFixit did a Switch 2 teardown, and they think the new joysticks look
Currently
like they
trying to,
might
like,
still be
uninstall
vulnerable to stick drift.
my Unity
Why didn't they
file,
use
and
Hall
I'm
effect
kinda stuck with
sensors? I don't know.
my 4.4.
They also found the new
It's
Switch
taking so
harder
long
to
to
repair than the original, giving it a repairability
Fix
score
everything.
of 3 out of 10. They were so
Should I just
mad about
get
it.
like an
iFixit went back and
uninstaller or
downgraded
no?
their score of the original Switch from an 8 out of 10 to a 4.
Yeah, you probably
that'll piss
shouldn't
Nintendo off, which
try to
again is the goal. If you want a Switch
fix
2
it,
while
'cause I don't think
online stock goes real fast,
Unreal
it
Engine
seems
has
like retailers are getting
good
regular
reputation
restocks
for
in store. I mean,
helping,
look at
if
this
you know what I mean.
scalper selling a Switch 2 for
Yeah,
very
that's fair.
close to MSRP. Nature is healing. Just be aware that your game chats are probably being recorded. But at least it's recording and transcribing even the bad words
Now I'm gonna give
too.
her
So you
gills
can say
into her neck.
Mario has a poopy butt and
And I'll just put
Goombas,
this in
and
the
Nintendo
SW
has to
tab
put
because
that on the
your
screen.
tits are
They'll
hanging
be
out.
so embarrassed. YouTube has informed users with a premium light subscription that in addition
What's
to
your-
seeing
what's
ads
your,
on music
character
content,
called?
they're gonna see ads on shorts now too, because while these users
Maria
have been
the Goop.
paying $8 a month,
It's a French name.
advertisers pay a lot more than $8 a month, and that makes it hard to
Basically,
not
there's
show
like a
your
dock
cute
worker
face
in
more
One Piece
ads.
in there.
You know,
Fisherman
the
Blue
change
Whale.
was first spotted in
So
an
you can
email
imagine
received by a member of
how false he
the
is.
Twit forum, corroborated by German site Deskmodder, and ads on shorts are now
Great.
mentioned on the official YouTube Premium Plans page
Would she
and in a
be-
Google
would
support
she be
article.
taller than
So it
Yamato?
seems like Premium Light
I mean, well,
subscribers
that's
who
taller
watch
than
YouTube
normal
Shorts
even, that's for sure.
are just gonna have to
I
deal with
send
ads
over
while they
18.
swipe through Family Guy clips. Parts of the tech industry are reeling from the collapse of Elon Musk's bromance with Donald Trump. In a June 3rd tweet,
So, like,
Elon
here's
called
my
the
attempt of
congressional spending
drawing
bill,
boobs, I
known
guess.
as the Big Beautiful Bill, an abomination because of how pork-filled it was, and I didn't
Let me know what you
expect them to
think.
follow kosher rules for multiple reasons. Also, I thought that was just like its nickname.
Looks nice.
But no, it's literally called the One Big Beautiful Bill
Yeah.
Act. And how could you not vote for that?
So I tried to make it.
Trump
cartoon
responded
style,
on his own
add some
social
of my own.
platform to say, hey, we
Okay,
want to
okay,
save
okay.
money.
I think I'm
Let's
starting to see the
terminate
picture.
Elon's government
She's
contract.
lifting
and
her
then Elon
arms
was
up.
like, fine, I'll decommission
Yeah.
the SpaceX Dragon crew module, which would leave
Okay,
US
that took me a while
astronauts
to
asking
figure out.
for rides up to the ISS from
And
Russia.
that's her tail over
or
here.
even worse, from Boeing. But don't worry, space fans, a random reply guy told Elon to cool it, and
So
that was
I
enough
would
to make
say
him walk it
surprising.
back. Twitter truly is the town square. Of course, all of this kerfuffle made Tesla investors panic, a not uncommon effect of Elon opening his mouth in 2025. But Tesla stock also took a dive because the BB
Yeah, since Elon is crying right now.
I'm not so sure it'll go up though. It may be going down. Let me let me consider it. I
Yeah. Yes. Evil. Oh, that's so evil. Yeah, now that looks menacing.
Trying to give everyone a big scare.
He is trolling the population and says, I'm gonna eat your buildings. Rah. Or just fuck the buildings. GG. But yeah, I guess that's what happens when you don't pay your salary.
Don't pay your salary, freaking troll. Oh wait, there's a bridge. Good enough, I guess. The whole bridge, troll underneath a bridge. No, it's a kind of a nursery rhyme of trolls.
Oh, I just scratching my arm and my neck.
Yeah.
What?
When's
I don't
a
know.
human?
I don't know, honestly. I never know that at all. I might go to the bathroom.
Whenever I stop caring and decide to kill everyone.
Oh no.
Toot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is me when. Yeah. Very important. Yeah, so this is what happens when I don't get my Christmas money. This is what. I just do this. The evil.
EB will also make things worse for EV companies and owners in a number of ways, including removing government incentives for EV and solar. Musk actually supported removing those in 2021, along with incentives for oil and gas companies. But the Triple B keeps those while screwing over EV and solar. And to make matters worse, a cargo ship full of EVs just caught fire. Coincidence? It's a stupid joke. I don't think they're even Teslas. But hey, there's one silver lining. In desperation, Tesla is offering 0% financing on Cybertrucks if you also buy the full self-driving package. You can see how long you can drive one around until some maniac torches it. Or better idea, check out our sponsor. Jawa, the place where PC gamers team up with PC gamers to buy and sell PCs and PC related things used for gaming. It's the crossover of the century. But hey, if you just want to get a new or used PC like this minimalist beauty for something like
Take your time.
Excel, that's okay. Because Excel is an esport too. Gamers already know Jawa is the #1 online.
So for whatever reason you may want to have mic on sound, then all you need to do is go and scroll down into advanced and click on more sound settings. Now, first of all, just for the playback, speaker selected here, but my speakers have a headphone jack on, so I then plug my headphones into my speakers. Now what you need to do is go into recording, and you need to go and find stereo mix. If you can't find it, don't worry, right click on some blank space and select show disabled devices, and then find it, here it is. Click on it once and right click and click enable. It'll go and take a moment, then click on it again and right click and click on properties. And what you need to do is go and click on listen at the top and make sure listen to this device is selected. And then what you need to do is choose the playback. Now for the playback, what I found works is USB devices and also sound through my other pair of work. But yeah, I'll be using this and then outputs. If you found this, we'll guide you through
What's up? I'm Troubleshoot. Welcome back to a... This is the one that I'll be using. You'll need to reboot the aux input or the channel. Spotify issues and stuff.
online market.
We'll guide you to go on sound and have a headphone light to go and use on record, right click on some blank space and select show disabled devices and then find it. Here it is. Click on it once and select show to do headphone jack on. So I then plug my headphones into my speakers. Now what you need to do is go into recording and you need to go and find stereo mix. If you can't find it, don't worry. Right click on some blank space and select show disabled devices and then find it. Here it is. Click on it once and now speaker down output that you like to go and use. For me, I've got my speaker selected here, but my speakers have a headphone jack on. So I then plug my headphones into my speakers. Now what you need to do is go in it, don't worry, and what you need to do is go and click on listen at the top and make sure listen to this devices.
One, two, three. Anything? Annoying.
I don't feel like dying right now. It's like 3 a.m. And I might sleep. Yeah, and I might sleep soon. Yeah.
Wasn't it blue? Oh, I thought you were talking about his character. Wait, his character's a whale. Oh.
You can make it a shark. It's whatever. Yeah. 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 To be honest, I think the next commission is just going to be continuation of this and just her being even bigger. GG. Yeah.
Even bigger? Like to what size are we talking here? Godzilla Earth or monster Cloverfield monster size?
Probably like uh like even bigger than the city, I would say.
Hmm.
Or like let me check. So like probably bigger than the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, as an example.
Neat.
Yeah.
You're quick with the people say. Owners of Samsung phones will soon have the option to display lock screen ads featuring AI-generated versions of themselves wearing the advertised products. It's a collaboration with Glance, a service that has offered lock screen ads for some time, and it will be opt-in, but it seems kind of weird to me. But it's a lander. It had one job. Can we get some cats designing the next one? Chinese company iSpace said after their resilient ruling was after Apple's latest motion for a stay on the US App Store ruling was denied, the company is trying to argue with the EU about the use of a comma in Article 5.4 of the Digital Markets Act. There's a line that says gatekeeper companies, Apple in this instance, shall allow business users free of charge to communicate and promote offers, including under different conditions, and then it goes on for a while, and to conclude contracts with those end users. Apple thinks the and to conclude contracts with end users bit at the end isn't part of the things that are supposed to be free of charge list. The EU, who wrote the legislation, thinks it is part of the list. I don't know, tough one to call. And if you've seen foodies commenting meatball and other names of food under cooking related social posts, they're trying to get the recipe of the dish in the pic. It's part of a system that allows social accounts to avoid writing link in bio. Instead, users reply to the post with meatball and get a DM with the recipe. Some users still find it confusing though. Alyssa Lunch tried writing, "This recipe is really important to me." Okay, then why aren't you commenting meatball? I've said meatball enough times now that it's starting to sound like a sport I would actually like to play, depending on the meat. And let's make a deal. Meatball me back here on Monday and I'll send you the recipe for more tech news. It's only got one step, and it just says click the video. All right. Who's down to toss the old meatball around?
What? Sure.
features of real currency.
Serious.
Over time, they
เดี๋ยว
build
กูไปซื้อรองเท้าแบตเดี๋ยวกูไปซื้อรองเท้าแบตเดี๋ยวกลับมาใหม่
Our shadows fall where truth was once earned. We won't forget the lessons we've learned. Petals bloom, but they won't unmend. Drawn again into your wind.
Oh, what is it? Oh, yeah, that's why. So like, only see the end first, pretty much. You go into like messages and or in my profile, there's like a mail icon. Huh. Yeah, sure.
Minutes back. Everything okay, Vert? Everything okay?
Yeah. Nice. Okay. Secure messages. Let's see if it works. Uh, don't respond to that. Like, if it says something like, "Oh, here's my account details. Please save it for my children." Bro, I had so many of those. Just like, yeah, how to say English. For real.
This is your final warning. Your payments are due. Do you ever get like telemarketer scam calls? I started talking Digimon lore to them. See how long they last. Mm. Pa-
Yeah, blue. That's right. Yes.
Wait, say that again? Yes. Shoot. Yes, you might. I don't remember that. It's not the first Digimon that I would say that would be considered the best, strongest. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, Sukuma. Yeah, okay. Is it the poop one? Or is that Nomamon? Yeah, and then he becomes. Mhm. And then he becomes a golden form. Yeah.
Yes. Very sexy.
Finally, it's back on stock. I can get the tabmate now. I thought you were getting to 2. Scroll wheel. Hmm. Nah. Favorite. RTX 480 is good enough, right? RTX 480. Good enough, right? Yeah, is it good enough? I guess the game. I'm going to guess like 600 to 600 to 700. Yeah, for 400, I've been trying, but right now it's out of stock, and I'm just waiting because right now, yeah, 48. Yeah. Just, yeah, super. Not so sure. Just was. It probably will become 800 later. Of course there is. Oh. I shouldn't bother you with this. Huh. Mm. Well, here I was thinking that I could buy something.
I'm back. I'm done shower. I might go out soon. See you,
Alright.
Mishu. Sorry I couldn't talk with you more. There's a lot to fix.
Take your leaves. Okay.
Selected, and then what you need to do is choose the playback. Now for the playback, what I found works is USB devices and also
Probably for
sound
the best.
through your display. In this case, I'm going to go and use my headset here, and I then also got my other pair of headphones plugged into my speakers. You can try using other devices and see what's going to go and work. For some reason, some won't work for me, but I have found that my headset here will work. But yeah, I'll be using this, and then what we can do is go and test it. After testing it, I can
So that one's usually around $800. Okay. Yeah, I could work with that. Yeah.
this mental prototype or baseline of what authentic notes look like. So when a counterfeit does come along, it stands out. Not necessarily because the cashier knows exactly what's wrong, but because it doesn't match the baseline they've naturally internalized. Their brain subconsciously flags it as unfamiliar or off.
Weird.
Now you could probably see where I'm going with this. I believe that a lot of modern writers and influencers are more exposed to a counterfeit strength than they are to actual genuine strength. So to them, genuine strength is foreign, and they probably even see it as weakness. Unfortunately, it also seems like this is slowly becoming the norm.
Well, it's becoming the norm, and one of the big reasons why it's the norm is because that's the thing that a lot of kids want. A lot of the people that watch people like Andrew Tate or Sneeko or whatever that are looking for like life advice, these are like lost souls and like weird kids. That's the big issue. And so like you have a bunch of like little weird kids that think that the coolest thing that you can possibly do, because like when you're 14, right? I mean, you're going to think that a guy that has big muscles and he has a fast car that's expensive and he has like a bunch of girlfriends, like that's like it doesn't get better than that. And so the real problem isn't necessarily that. It's the fact that all of these things are, I mean, let's be real, like it's made for kids.
I dive into
all their viewer base are little kids. I think that there are little kids, and then also for a lot of influencers and like content creators, they are looking for an internet dad or an internet big brother. And that's really what it is, because they don't have like a dad that had, or even like not necessarily a dad specifically, but like a father figure or like a male figure in their life that they can look at and say, okay, this is what it means to be a man. You see what I'm saying?
This modern depiction of strength is, let's look at what genuine strength has always looked like. Throughout history, we see that strength has often been defined as the capacity to endure, to act with integrity under pressure, and to choose what is right even when it costs you. It is a moral and emotional resilience, not the absence of struggle, but the decision to face it. It is also force and power under control. Marcus Aurelius put it this way: you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength.
That's right. If you have a problem, stop thinking about it. Most of them go away.
Strength isn't about control over people or circumstances. It's about self-mastery. The ability to stay steady when everything else is shaking. The power to...
This is another big issue, is that I think that maybe this is like a toxic masculine trait, but I think that stoicism is actually the best way to act. And I think that people that can't control their emotions and get upset and angry randomly, I view them as like childish and like not really worth taking seriously as much. And so when you see a guy like Titus, and that's the reason why Master Chief was so good. Master Chief was the prime pinnacle of stoicism. And you look at like a lot of other characters in like these old stories, and there are emotional moments, and I think that it's important to have those, but the emotional moments don't come at the expense of the character being able to do what they need to do when they have to do it, right? So like, for example, like in Lord of the Rings, when Aragorn is with like Arwen in Rivendell, yeah, this is an emotional moment. But when he's up face to face with the fucking Nazgul, he's not crying and running away. He's fighting the fucking Nazgul. That's the difference.
Respond instead of react, to remain grounded when your pride wants to escalate, and in a world that tells you to be loud, aggressive, or performative, Marcus flips it. Real strength isn't about bending the world to your will. It's about mastering yourself in the middle of it. This is a fundamental understanding that everyone has had about strength for a very long time.
This is again what I was saying before about like characters and like stories being written by obnoxious, annoying people. A lot of characters are written as if they are basically the teenage version of an unpleasant and annoying, like kind of hipster person that was actually right about everything and their parents were wrong about everything. That's the way that a lot of these stories are written. I think Tosh is a great example of that with Dragon Age.
Many clear examples of games, series, and movies over the last 20 to 30 years of genuine strength. But it feels like there is a shift happening. Some of our favorite characters in the past, whether real or fictional, those who have had a very deep understanding of what genuine strength looks like, wouldn't necessarily even exist nowadays. And if they did exist, they would either be gender swapped or race swapped, or even be made to look pathetic where possible. And the characters that replace them or take their throne are so poorly written that it blows my mind how they even exist. Unfortunately,
It doesn't for me. It's just a bunch of annoying people writing annoying characters. It actually makes perfect sense.
a lot of modern writers simply don't understand genuine strength. Classical writers like J.R.R. Tolkien knew what genuine strength was. They knew that strength has a cost, that it takes something out of you. It doesn't leave you untouched, it leaves scars. It humbles you, it makes you even quieter. And that's the irony. The strongest people are usually the ones that don't even talk about how great or strong they are, because they've lived it, they've bled for it, and they know it's not a show. This kind of strength isn't taught, it's shaped over time. In moments of choosing silence, restraint, and endurance. It's taught through exposure. It's always incredible and actually somewhat beautiful to see characters and people who suffer or struggle still choose to do good. That's the strength that moves people. That's the strength that transforms people. But this is disappearing. Or worse, it's being replaced by a counterfeit. What is it being
It's
replaced?
being replaced by content that's made for 14-year-olds whose dads are fat and don't know how to do anything and are losers. That's the problem. It's made for, and people whose mind is in that place too. Where dads don't exist. Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, like, Cody, like, we had, like, for example, like, me and Cody growing up, like, you know, there were a lot of, like, you know, I would say, like, very positive, like, male role models that we had in, like, our neighborhood. You know, it was, like, Cameron's dad, like, I would say my dad, and, you know, AJ's dad. Like, they were all really solid, right? And that was it. And so, like, it wasn't a big deal. Like, and so it's not just, like, you specifically, right? Yeah, exactly, Cody. Yeah, you remember. And so, like, they were solid, but the problem now is that I think that a lot of cases, that's not true anymore. It's just straight up not true anymore.
Replaced by narcissism.
Ugh.
What we're calling strength today
Ugh.
is often just narcissism in disguise. It's not rooted in sacrifice or humility. It's about ego, attention, and the desperate need to be admired without being challenged.
That's the big one, is the admired without being challenged. That, to me, is what I think is at the core of a lot of leftist and, like, a lot of social movements nowadays. And not just leftist movements, but I think that it's, like, generally that way. I don't want to make this, like, super political, because I feel like it's also a both sides thing. But it's like people want to be admired for, you know, something that is innate within themselves. Like, for example, like, I am, you know, this sexuality, or I am this gender identity, or I am this skin color, or I am this other type of, you know, like, group of people. It's unpleasant. It's unpleasant, and I think also it's nothing that's earned. That's the big issue, is that it's not earned.
Modern characters, and let's be honest, many public figures too, aren't strong because they overcome anything. They're strong because the script says so, or because they say so. They don't earn our respect, they demand it. They don't grow, they're written to be right from the start. They're never wrong, never vulnerable, never in doubt. And if they are, it's used for 5 seconds of forced relatability before they're back to monologuing about how misunderstood they are. This isn't strength. It's self-worship. You see this constantly. Characters who bulldoze through others emotionally, who never listen, who never compromise, and we're told this is empowerment. But being impossible to work with doesn't make you powerful.
It does whenever you're it does whenever you're one of these groups of people and you're trying to get the HR to listen to you. That's the reason. And again, I feel like that's a really good way to say it, because it reveals where these people are coming from. It's, again, people that are empowered by HR. That's it. It's like a, what do you call it? It's like House. Dr. House kind of started this shit. The difference is that Dr. House was very clearly a flawed character. Like, that's the difference, is that, like, he was very good at diagnosing things, but he also, like, went to jail. He was addicted to things. He was fucked up. So, like, House had, like, there were positives and negatives with him as a character. But I think, again, people look at that and they ignore the negatives, and then they just make a character with those positives and also that same level of confidence, and they create a character that's just unlikable.
It just makes you insufferable. Strength has been reduced to this kind of moral untouchability, a person who can't be questioned, corrected, or critiqued because they are the representation of some broader ideal.
That's
right.
right.
But this is dangerous because it teaches audiences, especially young ones, that personal growth isn't necessary, that virtue is a given, that the world should revolve around you because you're the main character. This obsession with self has hollowed out the archetype of the hero. We used to cheer for really good characters because they gave something up. Now we're just told to cheer because they represent some kind of demographic. The worst
they represent a demographic, a social group, an idea, or some sort of viewpoint that is supposed to be seen as virtuous by the nature of its own existence. And I think that if you create a world where people are virtuous by the nature of their existence, you create a world where narcissism is rewarded. That's basically narcissism.
Most of the audience feels the difference. They don't always know how to articulate it, but they know something is off. These new, strong characters feel empty. Their victories don't move us. Their pain doesn't shake us. Because deep down, we know strength without selflessness, sacrifice, or love isn't strength at all. It's narcissism. Now, the problem goes deeper than just poor writing. There's now a dangerous trend that if you don't like certain modern characters or even influencers, it's your fault.
Oh god. The campaign against Avowed reveals the bigotry that fuels the anti-woke? Well, maybe you should have used better fuel. Yeah, I mean, because as far as I know, that game really didn't make it out of the station. That game's dead, and didn't the person that started the game, didn't they leave the studio? So, and this is the problem, right? Is like the maligning and the slandering of the people who don't fall in line with this line of thinking also doesn't go anywhere either. Because like nobody really likes, it's not like you're not going to bully people into liking something, right? It's bad millennial writing. Yes, even influencers, 100%. Influencers are actually probably like one of the biggest reasons. Because like games are supposed to be fake. Influencers are like at least perceived by a lot of people that are naive to be real.
Or the issue. You are sexist, you are racist, you are homophobic, or you are even transphobic. And this shuts down any honest conversation before it even begins. This is a huge part of why things aren't actually getting better. Because now, identity is being used as a shield. Writers don't have to build strong characters. They just have to build important ones. Characters who can't be criticized because
and it's also like, you have to keep in mind as well that if you write a story about a non-binary person coming to terms with themselves, the odds are that that story isn't going to resonate with a lot of people because there aren't a lot of non-binary people. So if you make a character that has a divisive or a super minor like social struggle, this just isn't going to be something that people are interested in. Who would have guessed? Yes. Isn't it amazing? Yes.
What they represent, not who they actually are. It's lazy. And more than that, it's disrespectful. Both to the audience and to the very groups these characters are supposed to speak for. Because real representation means giving those characters the same depth, struggle, and growth as anyone else, not making them untouchable narcissistic brats that demand to be liked. You can't just hand
I wonder who that's like. Probably the writers.
Character a specific shielded identity and a crazy ego and call it strength. That's not how storytelling works. That's not how respect works. And that's not how truth works. One of the more recent examples for this is in the trailer for Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. In a short 4.5-minute trailer, Naughty Dog somehow managed to create an insane...
This is, dude... I have never seen a more negative reception to a trailer than this. I actually think that the original Concord trailer got a better initial reception than Intergalactic. It was brutal.
Unlikable character who instantly comes across as extremely arrogant and narcissistic. And yet, they genuinely believe this character is above any criticism simply because of her race and identity. As soon as anyone calls her out as a poorly written character, the blame is flipped onto the viewer, labeling the viewer as racist or homophobic. But it has nothing to do with the race or identity of the protagonist.
I think to an extent it does, in terms of being able to identify with somebody. Like, it's very obvious that gender and race are barriers to identification, and really incredible and strong characters transcend that. The best example of that, by a mile, is Goku. It doesn't matter what color you are. If you're in 7th grade, who do you want to be when you grow up? If you were in my high school or middle school then, it was Goku. And so, abso-fucking-lutely. But that is a, again, that is a edge case. I do think that gender and race play a role, but again, you can transcend that if the character is very good.
Comes across as unlikable. Now, here's where things also get a little bit complicated. I genuinely believe that characters like this are only unlikable to those who have been exposed to genuine strength in their lives. And I can actually see how this sort of character could be likable to those who have not been exposed to genuine strength in their lives. I personally believe that fatherless homes or abusive experiences from individuals that are supposed to represent strength in our lives can create an exposure of counterfeit strength. Obviously, life is nuanced, and I personally know quite a few people who have been exposed throughout their lives to this counterfeit strength that do have a healthy view of strength now. But when you grow up without a model of earned, quiet, or steady strength, you can easily mistake loudness for confidence, control for leadership, and arrogance for self-assurance. And so
I think that's definitely what happens. Manic Kev, 100 subs. Holy shit! Thank you very much. Yeah, we've had a lot of sub gifters today. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. It's actually probably Twitch on alt accounts trying to make it less embarrassing that I made more on Kick than 2 days than I made in a month on Twitch. Probably that's actually probably what's happening. But it's okay. It's okay, guys. Keep it up. I don't mind. And anyway, so I think that especially with content creators, like the arrogance being confidence and like the random acts of aggression being some form of like a emotional control is just a very huge problem. And I think this is an issue even in society in general, like outside of media, but just in general.
Character who steamrolls over others, never listens, never bends, and acts like the world owes them something might actually look strong to someone who's only ever seen power used that way. Making characters like this completely alienates audiences.
Remember that
Not
show,
because we're hateful or closed-minded, but because we're being told to cheer for characters that are poorly written but guilt-wrapped in a protected identity. And if we don't celebrate these characters, we get labeled and called out. But that's not strength. That's trauma with a label on it. And that's...
That's about right. Yeah, a lot of these characters are just trauma. That's yeah, there you go.
The danger. When culture starts celebrating unhealed wounds as empowerment, when fiction becomes a mirror of brokenness rather than a picture of what wholeness could look like, we stop aiming upwards and we start settling. We start calling dysfunction power, not because it is, but because it's all some people have ever known. You can see this play out in real life. Take someone you believe to have narcissistic qualities, whether a public figure or someone in your personal life. They could be popular, charismatic, and quick-witted, sure. But what you're really witnessing more often than not is just ego dressed as strength.
Yeah, I think that's the case. And also, like, again, a female lead that's on par with Goku. The difference is that women, I think, identify differently with characters for different reasons. And so, like, and this is another big issue, is that it's the lie that's been told to writers and developers that the same way to, like, how do you write a female character is different than you write a male character, because men and women are different. So if you take a male archetype and then you just simply swap it with a female, in a lot of cases, whenever you get into like personifying that character, you're going to have issues. Like, it doesn't matter in a lot of cases, like, for example, like with Samus, right? Because like there's nothing going on. It's just like a character running around. But in general, men and women are different, and the way that they react to things are different too. So if you have like a girl that's reacting to things in the same way that a man would, this is going to not appeal to a lot of people, and it's going to be, again, it's going to be uncanny.
rarely or never admit when they're wrong. They often talk over others and position themselves as the smartest in the room without actually doing the harder work of listening, learning, or
unrealistic, yeah.
sacrificing. That's not strength. That's a performance of a false perception of strength. And for a lot of young people, especially those without real mentors, that kind of performance can be convincing. Because if you've never or rarely seen genuine strength in your life, the kind that leads by example, that serves others, that admits failure, that shows genuine humility, then the counterfeit could look strong.
Yeah, of
C.S.
course.
Lewis once said, "We make men without chests and expect them virtue and enterprise. We laugh at honor and are shocked to find traitors in our midst." In other
Jesus, bro, that's rough.
and are out chests and expect them virtue and enterprise. We laugh at honor and are shocked to find traitors in our midst. In other
Jesus, bro, that's rough. That's a lot. Damn.
words, we strip away the soul of real strength, the virtue,
Yeah.
the responsibility, the self-mastery. We laugh and mock the real thing when it is
Yeah.
displayed, and then we're surprised when the people we elevate as heroes don't act like heroes at all. When we confuse narcissism for strength, we don't just warp our stories, we warp our expectations of ourselves and each other. People start performing instead of growing. They protect their image instead of building character. They become addicted to being right instead of learning how to be wise. And
This is a big issue that happens on social media. It's a huge problem. Is like people worry constantly about like how they're seen on social media. And I think that they're afraid of being disliked so much. And I think the reason why it happens is because maybe this is like just me being an asshole, but I think it's probably because they were losers in high school and they didn't have that many friends. And so like they were like super insecure about something. Because like a lot of the people that I know that are kind of like that, they were kind of just losers, right? Like people didn't really like them. And so like now they finally got in a position where they are liked and people do think they're cool. And this is like the first time in their life. And so it's like a really big deal for them. Like, oh my God, like, wow, like now I'm this guy, you know, and that's it. Yeah. Small PP syndrome. Well, it's like they're almost like making up for lost time. You know, they're pretending to be this type of person now to overcompensate from the fact that they were not this person when, you know, again, and what is that? That's again, trauma, right? Trauma again, like for at least like me and a lot of my friends that I know, like, you know, I wasn't like the most popular guy in high school, right? I mean, I wasn't really not either. I was just a guy. I had friends and everything was great, right? Everything's good. And so like, I didn't really have that issue. So like, you're not going into this with a chip on your shoulder. Like, obviously, everybody wants to be seen as right. Everybody wants to be seen as a good guy, of course. But, like, the desire and the need for it, I think, does drive a lot of, effectively, what is mental illness.
the worst part, they start to believe that vulnerability is weakness, that empathy is a flaw, that asking for help is a failure. Real strength doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't need a platform. It grows in silence through trial. It's something you become, not something you declare. So the question becomes, what kind of strength are we trying to build in ourselves? And what kind of strength are we celebrating in others? Because if we don't know the difference, we'll keep clapping for the counterfeits while the real thing quietly slips away. So let's come back to the real thing. Real strength is not perfection. It's not dominance. It's not being the loudest person in the room or the most unshakable or unteachable in the spotlight. It's the man who stands alone for what is right, even when it costs him everything. It's the woman who forgives what the world says is unforgivable. It's even the leader who kneels before they command. It's not found in applause. It's found in sacrifice. Look at historical figures such as Nelson.
I think that there's a lot of people that, you know, the idea of sacrifice, and the problem also is like the sacrifice stolen valor. It's like for these people, their idea of a sacrifice is like not being liked, not going to prom, right? This is the reason why they have like struggle in their life, and so they're thinking about this, and they're like 31 years old. They're thinking about prom. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, they're a fucking loser. Absolute fucking loser. What a bitch. And so anyway, very point. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Why? Exactly. Or like, you know, somebody didn't like you in high school or something like that. I do, and it sounds bad, but I do genuinely think that 95% of this is unresolved trauma from being a kid. And like, I would say like being 20 and under. This is where a lot of these people get their problems from.
Mandela, who grew up under the
Sacrifice
apartheid,
stolen
in
valor?
prison
Yeah.
for 27 years, and instead of coming out bitter and vengeful, he led a nation towards healing and reconciliation. That's strength. Look at Corrie ten Boom, a woman who lost everything in the Holocaust, including her sister, and yet she chose to forgive the man who was responsible. That is strength. Look at Martin Luther King Jr., who faced death threats, violence, and prison, yet he met hatred with peace and injustice with love. That's strength. And finally,
well, it's also the like, I think that another big thing with strength too is the ability to affect change. Because like there's a lot of people that, you know, they try to do something, but it's about also having the power to make a change and the power to actually do something. And when you have the opportunity to do the right thing, that's it. So what if you have unresolved trauma? Are you able to write something good, or are you doomed? I think that you are able to write something good, but I think that you need to do it with the conscious awareness that to make sure that you're not writing something that is trauma dumping effectively, or that is trying to like make up for something that you personally feel like you're lacking. I think you need that level of self-awareness, and the problem is that that level of self-awareness is also is almost perceived as being bad.
at Jesus. Whether you believe in him or not, there is no figure in history who better embodies strength through sacrifice. He had power, authority, a following, and yet chose the path of suffering. He didn't destroy his enemies, he forgave them. He didn't demand loyalty.
I can't believe Judas did that shit, by the way. Like, I saw some post about this. Like, bro, Jesus is going out there doing miracles. Casting fucking spells and shit. Like, I mean, you really gonna betray a wizard? How dumb, how fucking stupid do you have to be? Like, this dude is a literal motherfucking wizard, and you're gonna try to roach out on him? Really? Think about it. Like, it's just, I mean, you think that's just a mistake.
He washed feet. He didn't save himself, he gave himself. And in doing so, redefined strength not as dominance, but as self-giving love. Real strength isn't about appearing invincible. It's about remaining faithful, honest, and loving, even when you feel broken, especially when you feel broken. These people didn't become strong by demanding the world revolve around them. They became strong by laying something down. Their comfort, their ego, their vengeance, and their lives for the sake of something or someone greater. So maybe it's time we relearn what strength.
It says MLK cheated on his wife. It's all nonsense. I think that a lot of people are flawed, and I think that it's really important to, and this is one thing, I'm actually not a big advocate of like looking at an individual and trying to look at people as role models. I think that you should look at attributes, actions, and behaviors as like models to like, you know, like build off of, rather than trying to like copy basically what somebody else is doing. Because that's the big issue, right? It's the actions. And so, because like nobody's perfect, right? No human is going to like be able to live up to the standards of never making a mistake, never doing something wrong, etc. So the solution to that, in my opinion, is to simply not hold them to that regard. Don't open that door.
Strength actually is. It's not the power to dominate. It's the courage to endure, the humility to grow, the grace to forgive, the wisdom to wait, and the character to keep going, especially when no one is watching. Thank you guys for watching.
Role models are not allowed to do mistakes. I think that when role models make mistakes, people try to make excuses for the mistakes rather than being able to accept that people are imperfect. And I think that's the issue with role models, is that when a person tries to model their life after another person and then
You said what? Good enough, I guess. That's good. That's good to hear. Big explosion? That's a good thing to do. What?
Then that person, for some reason or another, doesn't live up to whatever the expectation is of them, then after that, there's like a degree of like kind of resentment, right? Or frustration. And so that's it. That's the problem. Yeah, exactly. And I think that it leads people into that issue.
Video, and thank you so much to my Patreons for supporting me. I'm back on the ball with YouTube again, and I'm going to be producing a lot more videos a lot quicker going
more
forward.
content.
This is just my perspective. It is
Nice.
a angle. It's not the whole picture of why I believe it is a thing, but I genuinely think that there is a bit of a decline in the idea of strength at the moment. If you agree or disagree with me, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comment section below. Let's keep it respectable again, and thank you guys so much for all the support, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, I totally agree with this, by the way. I completely agree with everything he's saying. And unreasonable expectations is good explaining shit. Have to chat's losing their mind because Jesus was mentioned. Well, Jesus is just simply an example, right? I mean, like, it's nothing else really besides that. And also, I mean, really, you can look at 50 other examples that are kind of the same thing, and you're going to have the same point. I'll link you guys a video. Like, this is a Pata video. I remember I was watching his videos, like, pretty much like his first video he made, and I thought it was great. And so make sure to give him a sub. He's got 36,000 subscribers now. And so, yeah, really, really good videos. I think they're great. Cat protects. What is this here? Cat protects family from an LGBT. Brave cat stopped the LGBT as it entered the home. Guys, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. This is so stupid. Cat.
just
it takes.
Alright, how quote-unquote wokeness killed RuneScape. Uh-oh.
What's up, friends, and welcome. I do appreciate you being here today, but I do feel the need to warn you before we go any further that I will be talking about some controversial topics today, and I also need to ask that you please do not harass anybody whose statements or actions we examine in today's video. Ultimately, I hope to present this with some journalistic integrity, and if all of that sounds good, let's get into the video.
People still play RuneScape? Yes, actually! It is an amazing game.
All three versions of RuneScape.
Yeah. Bruh, I just went to the gym and no, to the gym and I'm going over there now 3 a.m. in the morning because since I'm now someone that has to leave in second shift time, I try to be that awake until my shift, like because if I go back to normal time on weekends, then going back to work is gonna be tiring. So I just try to keep myself at night all the time. So this is the thing. I went to the gym today, Saturday, 3 of the morning. I went over there. My gym is 24 hours, but only from Monday to Fridays. My stupid ass didn't realize it was already Saturday. This shit doesn't work today. I just went over there and I wasted gasoline. God damn it. I was so fucking motivated. I was like, today's arms day. Let's go. Then, bro, today's Saturday. What the fuck are you doing over here? Yeah. I was like, you stupid ass dumbass. You waste gasoline. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie to you. Driving on at night at 3 in the morning on the highway and shit. That shit it's amazing. It's cool. I like the feeling. And hearing music. Yeah. It's actually pretty cool. Mm-hmm. GG! GG! You gotta scream harder, like a JoJo episode. Like that JoJo episode in the second season when. Season! Bruh.
Bruh.
You watch One Piece? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh. Oh. I'm watching a video. I see big guy, you with big tail and big boobs and big legs. Oh, all good. Perfect. Yeah, we've been talking lovely all the days, all these days.
完璧な計画だって全員分ある始まるネバまたグダグダ言ってるわ森あなたのこと覚えておくつもりもないよいたければ叫ぶというついてないわね今日の貧乏くじはあんたよ私をここにはけるまたついてないわね私のあ
You'll be as excited as I am. That's all I can say about it. I can't say anything else. Actually, I can say lots of other things. I can tell you guys we've got a great show lined up for you today. The most epic tech bro breakup of all time has been unfolding in real time this week. It has been a sight to behold, regardless of whose side you're on. So we're going to get you guys some of the play-by-play as well as just... We'll laugh together. We'll laugh together. It's going to be grand. Also, in other news, the Switch 2 is here. And spoiler, I might have bought one.
Oh, he brought it with him, too. Or wait, did you buy it there?
Well, yeah, I brought it with me. No. I brought this one with me from home.
Nice.
What else we got this week, Luke?
AMD is pulling an NVIDIA with the 9060 XT 8 gig. And YouTube was fighting Jeff Geerling. And
yeah, they really were.
That was whack. And we'll talk about it. There we go. Squarespace, Thorum, and AMD with our wrap partner D-Brand, laptop partner Dell, and chair partner Secret Lab.
I am 100% not on a Secret Lab chair this week. I wish I was. This is actually horrible.
This with my hand, I'm on 2. So how about that?
And my crappy chair is the best part of my setup. My webcam's on a garbage bin. Just to get the height right and to make sure that when I'm typing, it's not wibble wobbling all over the place. So this is going to be a heck of a show, folks. Why don't we jump right into what is, of course, enthralling the entire internet, the big, beautiful breakup this week, the future of the EV, solar, and space industries is in question after the very public collapse of the bromance between, what do you call himself? Techno King Elon Musk and US President Donald Trump. On June 3rd, Elon called the congressional spending bill, known as the Big Beautiful Bill, an abomination. If you didn't know, by the way, the Big Beautiful Bill is not really a nickname. It's actually called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. On June 5th, Trump said a good way to save money could be canceling Elon's government contracts. Elon fired back, tweeting that he could just decommission the SpaceX Dragon crew. In fact, he didn't say he could. He said he would, which would lead to the U.S. having to ask Russia for rides to the ISS. Okay, let's pause for a second here. What? Can you just... Is it possible that we are learning what the negative outcomes can be from having thin-skinned billionaires control massive parts of, like, national security critical infrastructure? Are we learning that now?
Yeah,
Did we
honestly,
learn it?
legitimately, my first... most immediate and strongest feeling that I had when seeing this happening was, oh, this might actually be a really good thing for NASA. Their budgets are probably still getting slashed regardless, which kind of sucks, but we'll see. But hopefully this was kind of a learning moment of like, oh, wow, we probably shouldn't have something so critical almost entirely lean on one very specific external company, because Boeing and Blue Origin really... ain't it right now.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, the idea was to have multiple options. Yeah. That's where Boeing was supposed to come in.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be great if there was multiple options, but I also don't think that, in my opinion, I don't think we should be at a state where NASA is incapable of doing the thing. We should just be at a state where it makes more economic sense for a what are they, NGO, whatever, a corporation to do the thing instead.
Hey, look, I'm pro competition, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And sometimes competition can take place between private and public entities.
And there are wildly incredible things that SpaceX has done, which is great. So if they're winning like the majority of the contracts, that's fine. But we want competition to be in the space. We don't want there to be a situation where it is actually the U.S. asking Russia for rides to the ISS again because there's a spat between a corporate corporate entity and the president. That's crazy. We don't want this to be a thing. And it doesn't matter if it's Elon. It doesn't matter if it's Trump. That's irrelevant, to be completely honest. I don't want this to be able to be a thing ever.
No, the crazy part, Luke, is that we're not even talking about a spat between a corporate entity and the president.
Yeah, really, it's a
We are
person.
talking about a spat between an individual who holds this unbelievable, I would say unprecedented amount of control over the United States' ability to do space.
Yeah, and this is
what?
a super like nation level political issue right now, because there's like sort of a Cold War space race type thing going on between the US and China right now. There's this like get back onto the moon thing that's going on. And it's interesting how that's going to be playing out. There's the potential drawback of Artemis, which, I'm really hoping it's not going to happen. Yeah, like Drac Ryu in Flowplane Chat said, we still have the Artemis rockets, and it's like, yeah, but they're trying to pull that program back. This is my whole point. I think we should recognize this issue that is showing its face right now, even though a lot of people kind of knew it existed already, and go, oh, maybe we shouldn't be crushing the NASA budgets. If anything, maybe they should pump up a little bit. I do support the idea of looking at efficiencies there and making sure they're actually being properly efficient, because there is some question marks, like why the heck can't we get back to the moon right now? That's awkward. But yeah, I think it's dangerous to put all of your chips in one corporation. And that's effectively how it is right now, and that's not good. Yeah. I'm hoping that all of this will result in very good things. Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. Later on June the 5th, some random account told Elon to cool it. He listens and walks back the Dragon decommissioning, because obviously that was never happening anyway.
Yeah, he was going to do this. Yeah, anyway. Yeah.
That was insane. Tesla's stock took a dive from the kerfuffle, partially because the big beautiful bill will make a number of things worse for EV makers and EV owners, including removing government incentives for EVs and solar and requiring new yearly payments from EV owners.
I didn't know the yearly payments part. What?
I am extremely confused by a lot of this. It's been sort of mind-blowing to watch this bromance develop when you have people whose agendas are so completely opposed to each other, and to watch the way that they have publicly pretended to be aligned, like that whole thing where they shot a Tesla commercial on the in front of the White House. I think it was
weird.
I think it was CNN got a picture of Trump's Tesla. It's just like still parked there.
I mean, he wouldn't be driving it anyways.
Like, he apparently actually bought it and it's just still there. I don't know that he actually paid for it. I would have no way of knowing whether that actual transaction took place or not, but apparently the car is just still sitting there, which is hilarious. Anyway, in the past, Elon has actually supported removing all government incentives for EV and solar, but also for oil and gas. But the big beautiful bill keeps oil and gas incentives in place, which Elon sees as unfair. But I mean, I think the question here is twofold. I think I've made my position very clear on, whether I think Elon has shown who he is at this point or not. He's shown who he is to me, and when people show you who they are, you should believe them. I believe him.
He showed you who he is.
But this much I think makes very clear how opportunistic this whole relationship was. How obviously driven by an agenda of deregulation for his own companies the whole thing was. The second that kind of fell apart, obviously two egos the size of these guys were going to result in this kind of a blow up. It happened faster and more explosively than I could have possibly anticipated. And I think the icing on the cake for me is not actually in our notes, but Elon posted the reason that the administration won't release the Epstein files is because Trump is in them. Have a nice day, DJT, something along those lines. And it's like, so
you're cool with him this whole time.
So you think you're the good guy because you literally spent hundreds of millions of dollars to get this guy elected. And then after the fact, you're like, yeah. And like, I knew that he was in the Epstein logs. Also, I thought everyone knew that for like ages. Like,
I think we've all known that the whole time.
Haven't we known that forever?
Yeah.
Like, what do you?
I guess maybe he's saying that he's in parts that we haven't seen. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they're like.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the details wrong, but when the whole thing was going down with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxine Maxwell, whatever her name was, Jazane Maxwell, when that whole thing was going down, like Trump didn't even denounce Epstein right out of the gate. Like the whole thing's been so obvious and ridiculous. Anyway, silver lining, Tesla's offering 0% financing on Cybertrucks if you buy it with full self-driving, which amounts to about I think a $2,000 discount because you have to spend money on full self-driving, which Lord only knows if Tesla is ever going to deliver at this point. It was really interesting
watching.
Why is
silver lining?
No, Riley's just memeing, I think.
Okay.
I think Riley did this topic.
All right.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching Elon slowly admit the things that I've been saying for years at this point. The current hardware is not going to work. They're going to have to like upgrade like millions of cars if people ultimately demand to have the thing that they were promised. That is, if they can ever deliver it with all cameras, which I personally do not think they will. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah.
And this goes to show why having a bunch of like rich dudes running everything is probably not the way. I feel for my American friends though. I got to be honest with you.
Panda Shoot said Tesla is already using autopilot to deliver cars to buyers in Texas. That's neat. That's cool, but it's not everything.
It's super cool, but what it isn't is level 4 or 5 autonomy. It isn't that. It's cool, but it isn't level 4 or 5 autonomy. And what we've known about Tesla's culture for many, many years now is that they are a culture of opacity. They are not a culture of transparency. They redact all the details of the incidents that autopilot and full self-driving vehicles are involved in. They don't respond to inquiries from media. They don't respect others' right to have knowledge and information about the beta testing that they're performing on public roads, putting people's lives at risk. These are things that we've known for a very, very, very long time. And when somebody breaks my trust, I don't trust them anymore. Like, you can't just keep breaking my trust over and over again and saying, yeah, but I'm not going to show you, but it's like, it's working really good, but I'm not going to show you how it's working really good, but trust me, it's really good. It's going to be ready. It's going to be ready next year this time. Like, how, literally, right? That's what fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me means. If somebody shows you who they are, believe them. All right. So, yeah, anyway, well, sorry, what I was going to say is I feel for my American friends because I don't feel like they had a lot of great options this last election. And, you know, I really am rooting for you guys. I saw Walmart increase the price of bananas corresponding to the tariffs. And like, there's this hilarious exchange where someone was challenging Litke or whatever on, like, hey, yeah, tariffs are affecting pricing. And he's like, yeah, but, you know, like, if things are made in America, then it's fine. And they're like, yo, you can't grow bananas in America. Like,
I think the best part was he said, you should build it in America. And they were like, you can't build bananas in America.
Yeah.
Just the wording was great.
Oh man, yeah, Nicolas Cage says we don't choose our candidates. Yeah, 100%. And look, I'm not going to get into, the whole thing that happened with Kamala, right? Because that whole thing was just such an epic failure on the Democratic Party's side, just the way it played out. I don't think anyone got a chance to figure out if she was a decent candidate or not. She campaigned for like 6 weeks. So yeah, man, we feel for you guys for what it's worth. Yeah, Deseju says, tech please, didn't come here for politics. You're 100% right. It's just that, man, are they ever affecting tech a lot right now?
Yeah.
Like, I had a really interesting conversation with someone today. Can't say who it is because I'm on a bit of a trip right now. That's a bit of a secret. But I had a really interesting conversation with someone today, and they were talking about a product that was unrelated to what I'm doing. So, and totally unrelated to what I'm doing, totally unrelated everything. But I was just chatting with somebody about a product that they were working on. Development was done. They were ready to deliver it to market. It was going to come in at a really aggressive price point. And then they looked at it. They did all the math for what it was going to look like with import tariffs. And basically, it completely killed it for the US. So we can say all day, like, oh, yeah, we don't want to talk about politics. We don't want to care about politics right now. But they are having a huge impact on the affordability of technology, which which I believe is the biggest problem that we have in tech right now. We have cool tech. It's just, it's getting out of reach.
Yeah.
And none of this stuff is helping.
I think this is a good transition to said Switch 2 because I bought one.
Me too.
I got it. It's very weird that I got it because
I was going to say, I thought you weren't buying one.
No,
What's going on?
I wasn't buying one until I got it from Willow. But it's weird that I got it from Willow already because I didn't contact them very early about a pre-order. And I technically only actually reserved Mario Kart World. I didn't actually reserve the Switch because when I called them, they were like, we don't know when we're getting the consoles. So they called me about my, okay, we have Mario Kart World. And I was like, cool, I'm actually going to wait until you guys also have a console. And they were like, cool, yeah, we'll let you know. And then like a couple hours later, they were like, somebody just canceled. We have a console for you.
No
Meaning
way.
There was no line.
Yeah.
And I understand this could be seen as a success because, they actually made enough, which is great. But I talked
Nintendo said they would. They said that's what they were going to do. They were like, we are pumping these. We are making some consoles here, ladies and gentlemen.
Which is awesome. Except
that's our anti-scalping strategy. Except yes.
I talked to the owner of Willow while I was there picking it up. And I asked them, I was like, what has demand been like? And she was like, yeah, a lot lower than we expected. Like a lot lower. And she was talking about it's for everything. Like not a ton of the games are flying off the shelf either. The accessory sales are a little bit lower than expected. So like someone might come in and buy the cheaper because you want a game Mario Kart Switch bundle thing, but then they're not buying a Pro Controller with it or the wheel add-on thingy for the new Pro Controllers or whatever else. And it's really expensive. The economy is in complete shambles right now, just worldwide. So like people are not only are they don't necessarily have a lot of money, but there's also an incredible amount of economic uncertainty. So you might not want to buy.
I was going to say the shambles is not even the entire story of the problem right now.
Yeah.
It's the uncertainty.
So
like you were chatting with a guy who runs some factories. Let's not get any more specific than that.
Sure.
Who basically was I have multi-million, like many millions dollars investments that I was making, in the lead up to COVID, around COVID, after COVID, and then during the first big red tie administration and afterward, and right now I'm just holding pattern. No investment, no plan, no idea, because when things change on a weekly basis,
you can't decisions.
Plan. You don't build a factory in a span of weeks or months it takes years. And so when you're planning that far out and things are changing so fast, it's devastating to your ability to execute, to get anything done. And to your point about the sort of the economy being really terrifying right now, dude, I sent this to the executive chat, so I know you've already seen it. But Coachella apparently failed to sell out for the second year in a row, which, okay, you know, whatever, right? Like sometimes a concert doesn't sell out. I get it. I mean, I've never been to Coachella. It's not really my jam. I don't really care. So I'm not saying like everyone should go to Coachella or anything like that. That's not my pitch. What I'm saying is that that is an unusual occurrence. And the kicker, this is the part that really blew my mind. Of the people that went, apparently about half of them financed their tickets, which there's a lot to unpack there, right? So one, people like need to finance concert tickets or something. And two, people are making the financial decision to finance concert tickets.
Yeah, because people need it. Coachella tickets are like, I've never gone either, but I've heard they're incredibly expensive. And even if it's not Coachella, like concerts around here can be really expensive. Like I can understand someone needing to finance it if they must buy it. But I think traditionally, usually people just don't do that. They don't make that decision. So I feel like the big shift is that people are doing it now.
I don't know, man.
I think that a lot of people have given up on just being completely underwater debt-wise because there doesn't feel like there's another route out. As far as my understanding goes, people are looking at future prospects. And this is why stuff like, also regulation on stuff like advertising and whatnot has dramatically changed. But you see a massive increase in betting, not just in standard betting, but you've got like crypto, Bitcoin betting, and you've got, I did press the thing. I know you can't hear it. You've got that. You've got sports betting. You've got all this stuff that's taking off right now. Even though, like, logically,
don't forget about gaming going pure gambling.
Yeah, true. Logically, you should be able to look at gambling and be like, yeah, this is obviously for so many reasons just kind of dumb. But then people are doing it because, while it might not be the most intelligent, there is technically a chance. And if you can make your money go boom, it's the only shot you got. So people are taking that and thinking that it's like a logical decision. I will bet my entire future on this thing because if I don't, I fail anyways.
What future is there anyway?
Yeah, and like, oh my God, we don't want that society. We do not want to be in that situation. That is so bad. Anyways.
You know what? I just want to say we're going to promote the store today, you know, like we're going to promote our new items or our promos or, you know, whatever. But we have made the very conscious decision to not have buy now, pay later functionality on our shop.
It would increase sales.
And while we absolutely do obviously support, you know, credit cards through our store, I would implore you that if you're in a position where you're not buying with a credit card just because you like getting points and you're going to pay it off right away, like that's fine. But if you're buying with a credit card because you can't like afford that LTT store purchase, then I would really prefer that you simply not make the purchase right now. You know, get above water, get things together, keep your head up, and you know, find little things that you can enjoy. You know, find a free to play game to play. Find something else to, you know, get that hit right. Man, it's stressful, right? Because obviously, like I'm saying this coming from a position of things have been a little soft on the store. Like we are seeing it, and it's not just the tariff impact, right? From the pricing being different, because a lot of our prices we've actually managed to bring pretty close to what they were pre-adjustment and pre the split between the global and the US store. So we're seeing firsthand. It's really interesting running a media company that also has these other branches, you know?
Yeah. People are bringing up that I didn't even know you could do this, but apparently you can buy now, pay later through PayPal.
Seriously?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
I actually didn't know that was a thing either. I've never really used PayPal
I hate
heavily.
PayPal.
Here in North America, and I know this is like a really foreign concept to some of our overseas community, but here in North America, the play is generally to use credit cards that have very generous rewards programs and then pay them off right away.
Yeah.
That's like the hack. And so other than forgetting a couple of times in my life since I was 16 and I got my first credit card, I have always only spent what I have in my bank balance, and then I have paid it off right away. And with that, I've been able to get cash back, travel rewards, extended warranties on electronics that I've purchased. Like there's all kinds of really cool benefits that you can get, but it takes strict discipline. And I totally understand why a lot of people make the choice to not use a credit card and so to use, something like PayPal instead. But I had no idea that PayPal actually supported buy now, pay later. Yeah, PayPal pushes pay in 4 to 6 months, no interest on purchases over $100.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Pay in
I'm checking out the
monthly.
chat.
And apparently, like, someone said, I think Apple Pay also does it or something. I lost a message, but I wouldn't be surprised if Apple and Google Pay do it. This is rough too, because if we kill PayPal, people will be pissed.
Oh no, there's no way we can.
Not even because of the pay in for a monthly thing. It's because, like you said, in some countries, it's like, not only in some countries, for some people, it's just the only way they pay for stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the financing part of it. I mean the rest of it. So you can't even fully get away from it. Yikes.
I mean, we could take a principled stance and we could, remove it from our store or whatever. But the reality of it is that we'd be hurting ourselves a lot more than we'd be hurting PayPal. And
we'd be hurting specifically customers that were using PayPal without that.
Yes. So I don't think that is, I don't think that's a realistic outcome here.
Someone said Walmart's physical checkout has Klarna microloans built in. I know some delivery food apps have it apparently.
Yeah, I saw some of the memes about how like when you can pay for a taco with financing, that's how we know we've reached the end times.
It's over, man. Like that's also like,
I mean, hilariously,
just please don't do that.
Just to give you some idea of how destructive it could be to the customer experience to nuke PayPal. There were some high-profile YouTubers who publicly, threatened legal action against PayPal that, in spite of that, very much still accepted PayPal for their like merch store. So like, it's not really viable because the customer demands it, and not just demands it, but in many cases relies on it.
Yeah.
So, that is such a great reference, Drac Ryu. I wish I could. Dude, how cool would it be if we had like the ability to give people points in Floatplane chat? They could like use it for like a discount on their next thing or something, like on their next store purchase or something. I don't know. That's a cool feature idea, but we don't do Linus-led development anymore. Anyway, Drac Ryu says, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a cheeseburger today. That is, what a reference. What a reference, man. I love it.
That's pretty good.
I would love to give you a point or something. I don't even think we have gifted subs yet. Maybe someday.
No.
Maybe someday. Anyway, let's talk about the Switch 2. So,
yes.
Luke, you were going to say something in the pre-show, and I was like, content, but I don't remember what you said.
Oh, I was saying when the announcement first happened, we were talking about it on WAN, I talked about how I thought it was like kind of boring. And I still feel that way. I haven't even opened the box yet, to be clear.
I don't even agree at all.
I think it's boring. Look at the history of Nintendo consoles, man. It's boring.
Well, hold on. Everybody back up. Everybody back up for a second. What it is, though, is what it tries to be. It's what it
really
is.
Good at being boring.
Well, hold on. Okay, by that logic, let's say that NVIDIA released a GPU tomorrow that instead of costing $300, cost $450 and had 4x, 5x the performance. Would that be boring?
But that's not what we're talking
I'd be
about because it's
psyched.
been a decade.
But it doesn't matter. The
Yeah, it
point is that
does.
what we had, well, hold on. What we had was this. What we have now is this times 4.
Yeah, which is what other consoles do, which is boring. It's not what Nintendo has historically largely done with almost every generation. For a Nintendo console, this is boring. It's cool. I bought one. I'm excited about it. I'm happy to go home and take it out of the box. I'm happy about the product. I still think it's boring.
But you're coming at this from the perspective of someone who hasn't even turned it on yet.
I'm coming at this from the perspective of someone who has historically looked at Nintendo consoles as almost every single launch as a really exciting experience to see what interesting, curious, driven engineers have brought to the table in terms of changing how gaming is done. And what I'm seeing is a console that's faster, a dock that is better, and cartridges that don't even have the damn games on them.
And that's all fair. But let me tell you, I spent the 15 Canadian dollars on the enhanced version of Breath in the Wild.
Yeah, and I'm going to. I'm stoked.
And in terms of, because look, I mean, I don't think I expect gaming hardware to excite me anymore. What I expect to excite me is gaming. And maybe what I'm doing is I'm channeling a little bit of, what David and Plouffe were talking about from the art challenge, where they were like, okay, does it, like, with them, they were talking about like pixel peeping, like, do I actually need better performance? And in this case, the better performance is not just about, pixel peeping a little bit and having like slightly smoother frame rate or whatever. It's about changing the way that I can experience the game. And for something like Breath of the Wild, where aiming, when you're dropping down into frame rates in the low 20s sometimes, where you're getting these stutters, where your display is, I mean, on the OLED, it's beautiful. I would personally take the OLED display over the HDR non-OLED display on the Switch too. But especially, I mean, I played through Breath of the Wild on the original Switch. And if you had told me at that time that I could have a new Switch that's just basically everything that was good about the Switch and innovative about the Switch, but fixed. It just like fixed all my problems. That would change the gameplay experience enough for me to be really excited.
I feel like old
I enjoy
Nintendo
playing
would
on
have
it.
called this a Pro or something. Or a
You feel like who
Plus.
would have?
Old Nintendo. Like if you look at some of the DS versions they had, where it was like 3DS plus new colorful edition, whatever, I feel like they would have iterated because like it's I don't see a ton of like even with the GameCube, it's like okay, it was small and they put a handle on it. Like they tried something. And with this one, it's just like, I don't know. It's they did the thing with the dock that they like obviously should have done the first time.
Yeah. Make it higher performance, you mean?
Yeah. Put a fan on it. Like just come on. It really wouldn't have taken a lot.
Okay, but tell me this, okay? A couple of the recent times, relatively recent, okay, I'm old. A couple times that Nintendo has taken big risks and done something really different. Okay, so your GameCube example, the Wii U, they got pounded into the dirt commercially for doing that. Would I blame them at all?
I don't think.
But I mean, that's not your argument. Your argument
risks-
is not that it's not smart. Your argument is that it's not exciting.
Yeah, I think it's
I don't
decently
know.
smart.
I find this kickstand pretty exciting. This is going to change the usability of this device for me. You know what? I'm excited by the fact that they included micro SD Express. I saw someone commenting on my unboxing video like, why would Linus think it's positive for Nintendo to include this standard that like no one really supports it? Because they're forward thinking.
Yeah, that doesn't
You don't
matter.
need the micro SD card today. You need it when it's time to expand the storage, and micro SD Express is going to be sick. And
Yeah,
by
that was a bad
taking it
comment.
mainstream, dude, looking at what happened to the pricing of high capacity micro SD cards once the Switch supported them, it was awesome because it went mainstream. We hit volume production. It was great. So Nintendo helping to drive like industry standard memory card form factors like micro SD Express. I love it. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm not going to apologize for that. This is great.
Yeah, I wonder like at the same time, I think like, and I don't even know if this is true, and I don't want to, you know, I can needlessly pump the boys, but like, does the kill switch, just have that kickstand? Yeah, and
yes.
didn't the original kill
it just
switch
passes through.
Oh, it just passes through.
Yeah, it just passes this kickstand through because this kickstand is really nice.
What kickstand did the original kill switch have?
The original kill switch or the original switch?
Kill switch. I know what the original
I
switch
can't
had.
remember. I think it did have it had that weird magnetic
It had its
thing,
own kickstand.
and then it became a clip or something. Remember? There was like an engineering issue with it, and they had to change how it worked on the back. Someone in chat will probably let us know.
I see a thing.
But yeah.
It has its own kickstand. So like I do agree with you that it's better. I really like the new kickstand, but
yeah,
it's not that you couldn't solve that previously.
To be clear,
and I do think I understand Wii U was rough. I think the actual Wii U was great. Genuinely, I think that was purely a marketing failure, in my opinion. So that's a tough one.
And to be clear, there are things that I'm really not happy about. You know, I am not stoked that, you know, voice chat is going to be like, I'm not stoked at the way that Nintendo is paywalling more and more and more of the functionality of their console behind Nintendo Online. I've talked in the past about how on principle, I refuse to subscribe to Nintendo Online because they don't allow you to back up your save games to the micro SD
Big
card.
time.
That is
obvious functionality.
That is just obviously Nintendo holding hostage your ability to keep your games safe, which on a portable device is particularly offensive. I'm frustrated because even though obviously, like, I want to acknowledge my privilege here for a second. I can afford Nintendo Online.
Yeah.
For sure. No problem.
Maybe a couple of them.
But I shouldn't have to have basic functionality like that, so I won't. And the more and more that they lock behind it, the more degraded and like a second-class citizen I'm going to feel like with this thing I paid $450 for. So
yeah, it's expensive.
So I'm not happy about that. Apparently the Joy-Con teardown was not good. And it looks like, we don't know for sure because we have no way of knowing for sure until it actually happens, but it looks like stick drift is just going to continue to be a problem. And I think I have either 4 or 6 Joy-Cons in my house. I forget. I think we had 6 at one point. I think we're down to 4 now. I think it's 4. Of the 4 Joy-Cons that I took on my last trip though, so those 4, 3 of them have severe stick drift and 1 of them has moderate stick drift. And our consoles are not even super heavily used. It's bad. It's not a matter of if it'll fail. It's a matter of when it'll fail, which is really frustrating.
This is like breaking, so it's fine that it wasn't in the topic, to be clear, just in case anyone's reviewing this. But in Full Plane Chat, people are talking, and they linked me to a Tom's Hardware article that, for you, Mr. Linus, I linked in the bottom of the Nintendo Switch 2 topic.
Oh, thanks, bub.
But I'm going to share my screen now. Hackers discover Nintendo Switch 2 exploit 1 day after launch. Minor hack allows running custom code on top of OS.
No way.
Boom.
Already?
That's crazy, man.
That
Apparently they got it to run
unbelievable.
a like frame buffer check already. I saw that somewhere else. That's probably the Reddit thread that people were linking. I'm gonna not share my screen before I click on the Reddit Reddit link that people are posting. Oh no!
All right,
that was something.
There's
else.
a lot more for us to talk through here.
Yeah, let's get
in
to it. But
addition
either way,
to the Joy-Cons being
at least partially jailbroken already, which is wild. But yeah, keep going.
In addition to the Joy-Cons being potentially susceptible to failure, iFixit gave it a 3 out of 10 repairability score. The OG was 4 out of 10. In part, this is due to a ton of stickers that have to be destroyed to access the screws, the battery being glued in, and the USB ports and game cartridge slot being soldered to the main board. Joy-Cons are apparently even harder to fix as well.
How did they get it so early? Dang.
Yeah, so that was one of our discussion questions is, what is your take on Nintendo opting to not send out review units? Does that communicate that they felt they had something to hide, or does it communicate a deep level of confidence in this product? I could see it both ways, man.
I could absolutely see it both ways. I don't think Nintendo much likes the media. I can put it that way.
I mean, I could see why they don't like me much.
yeah, that makes sense. It's not like they didn't give it to any media. They were just obviously extremely selective about who they gave it to.
Yeah. Curiously, like I saw some choices that were like non-gamers. And I'm like, sure.
Nintendo wants to be lifestyle, even though it's gaming.
Yeah, that's always been a weird one to me.
Yeah.
It's like, here's an alarm clock.
Yeah.
By the way, this alarm clock will mean nothing to you, and you won't care about it at all unless you are 100% a gamer.
Yeah.
Jeff JK says, quit whinging and y'all will get one. Oh, dude, it has nothing to do with whining and everything to do with not many people getting one and Nintendo's choices being baffling, and B, to do with the fact that we openly talk about emulation. Like, let's be real here.
Yeah, and
we
criticize.
Nintendo's one of those companies that's very much like Apple. That the way that they work is they engage with media that align with their vision. And Nintendo surprisingly does engage with us to a limited degree. From time to time, they'll answer an email. I believe we got a review unit of the Switch Lite. Actually, in fact, we might have even gotten a review unit of the Switch back in the day. So they do engage with us from time to time. They're not just radio silent like Apple, but I suspect that there are folks at Nintendo who would just kind of rather not talk to us or acknowledge us, and I get that.
I know I've been harping on how it's boring. I'm just sitting here trying to think of like I know they did kind of the Joy-Cons with the Wii, and then they expanded upon it with the Wii U, and they had the Joy-Con Plus or expansion pack or whatever it was called, and then now we have the little Switch Joy-Cons, and now we have the newer Switch 2 Joy-Cons or whatever. It would have been kind of cool to see them go back pretty far and go to like a glove or something, like a haptic glove would have been sick. Or, or something. I know they want to be lifestyle. They want to get people outside. If they embraced this, Niantic just sold itself to some terrifying company. But I have loved this concept where like I'll play Pokemon Go for hours and no one will have any idea because I'll be walking around a park or something and I've got my little dongle thing in my pocket and it's just buzzing away catching Pokemon and I'm walking hands-free playing a game without looking at a screen. It would be cool if they tried to get people outside or something, but while still playing their games. Like I think there's opportunities that they could have taken and they just went, nah, it's faster.
We don't know that they won't do stuff, though. I mean, I don't think anyone saw the cardboard kits coming with the original Switch.
That's very true. The Labo, yeah, that's interesting.
Come on, don't count them out on quirky ideas. Like, it's still Nintendo, and it's the Switch, but it's like way better on it. And like, dude, I haven't played much Mario Kart World yet because they made me go shoot other stuff. Okay. I shouldn't say they made me go shoot other stuff when I was doing my short circuit unboxing. Was that yesterday? Good Lord. Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday morning, I was shooting the unboxing and I got to one level, one track that has like a wave racer section where you're like on CDs. Really? And dude, it's like freaking awesome. So like I haven't gotten to play much because I finished that shoot. And then I went straight to one on upgrading the storage of non-upgradable Macs. We had a guest come in. Really excited for you guys to see that video. I actually got to upgrade the storage on a non-upgradable, like soldered motherboard Mac myself with tools that we have in our shop. So I thought that was pretty sick. And then I had to go home and pack. And then I've been busy all day. So I haven't, and now I'm doing Mine Show. So I haven't really gotten a chance to play, but the little bit that I've played, dude, the controls feel so good. The bigger joysticks are more than welcome. The bigger face buttons are great. The big screen, the screen is great. And when you compare the size, the thickness, the weight, the general chunk of this device to PC handhelds that have a similar size of screen or similar class of screen, when I first saw leaked images of the Switch 2, I was like, oh my God, it's too big. It's ridiculous. Forget it. it's basically a handheld PC. They've completely lost track of what it means to build a handheld console. Like the Nintendo of the DS Lite days would look at this and cry for shame. But now that it's in my hand, I really like it. We have some more discussion questions about the Switch. One of them is, what is your prediction for lifetime sales of the Switch 2? And related, will it end up being, to your point, more of a Switch Pro with the OG continuing to sell well alongside its successor? Like, is this going to be a PS2 where Nintendo just can't discontinue that damn first-gen Switch? And I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments as well.
I would actually say yes, because the price delta between the two is so enormous that there are going to be many people that just can't afford it. And it'll be much more affordable and still a cool experience, despite it being so old, to have an original Switch. So it'll be what it is. I don't know.
Jax raises a really important point around this launch. Not going to give them any of my money if they threaten to brick my property because they somehow happen to learn I emulate or whatever. Stop giving them coverage is my suggestion. So the first bit, yeah, that's a really good point. Nintendo's changed to their terms of service, allowing them to remotely brick property that you paid for. Unacceptable.
Absolutely.
What we need, though, is legislation making that illegal. Because companies are just going to keep pushing the envelope on this, and I don't think that Nintendo is unique in that regard. As for your suggestion that I just stop covering things, it's not really an option. There were a lot of suggestions, actually, on the unboxing of the Switch, like more than just a couple, that we just shouldn't be covering it. And I don't really know how to address that because...
It's happening with the NVIDIA stuff, too.
I don't really... Because it's like, what should I cover today, then? You know, it's like actually my job
anymore.
And it's not just my job, right? Like it's all the people who work here. It's our job to cover this stuff and to do the best job that we can. And at the same time, to highlight the things that are not great about these releases and do our job as members of the media to educate people on what's good about things and what's bad about them. So to me, it almost feels like, it's like when you ask the the ethical person that works at a government agency who resigns because they were asked to do something that was not okay. It's like being happy when they resign, knowing that ultimately they're going to be replaced by someone who just does whatever.
Who won't fight against those problems.
Like if I'm sitting here, working with you guys and wanting to hear from you guys, hey, what are the things that are obstacles for you? Like I've been reading the comments on that video extremely thoroughly, making sure that when we do our review on LTT, that we are addressing these concerns and helping to make people broadly aware of them, right? Like that's our job. I think that, giving that kind of feedback to someone who is, to a group, right? Like we're a team over here, to a team that is trying to take your feedback that we can take, right? The feedback of, how do we cover this in a way that addresses the community's concerns, right? Giving feedback like you should just not cover it, I think it's really self-destructive in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the same thing as some members of the audience trying to shout for every single conclusion of every single review from every single creator to be exactly identical. It's like, it's not even what you want.
Kitty makes a good point. You say that it's unacceptable, then you accept it by buying more Nintendo products. You can't influence Nintendo other than with your wallet. And you know what? That's a really good point. That's a super good point. And I acknowledge that straight up, head on, in my first leak summary video of the Switch 2. I don't like a lot of this stuff. I really want to play Nintendo games. I'm human. And what I want is better long-term solutions because, again, I don't think Nintendo is unique in bending customers over, and I don't think that anything is going to get any better without legislation. But you're right. You're right to call that out.
John Deere is completely trashing farmers, and we all still buy food.
I don't think that gaming is comparable to food, but I also don't think that your example is as ridiculous as it might seem on the surface because, well, sort of. Like, I do think that happiness is essential, and I do think that a lot of people derive happiness from gaming. I think the audience that I'm talking to can probably relate to that pretty decently, you know?
I like Nintendo products because of the demographic within my life that I get to play them with. And that is not necessarily true for like almost any other type of gaming that I do. We've had discussions on me and Nintendo going back like pretty much the history of WAN Show, where I've talked about like I speak pretty big about most things, but Nintendo is just like unfortunately this annoying company that I will just keep buying their stuff. Which sucks because there's just, again, there's that demographic in my life of people that I can play Nintendo games with that don't really want to play anything else. And I'm not giving up on those people in my life because they're important to me. So
That's a Nice Hat asks, someone help me out here. What's the concern right now? The concern is that Nintendo's terms of service changed recently, giving them theoretically the right to brick your console remotely if you do something on it that they don't like alter it. We've got some more discussion questions. Are you mad that there's no OLED at launch?
It's just an upcharging idea for later. So I can eventually drop the price of this current one and release an OLED version at this price or higher. That's my theory.
So here's the thing. We know that the OLED would cost more, right? Because an OLED panel will cost more. People are already outraged at the price. What would you have had them do? Would you have had them release two consoles side by side, one at $450, one at $500 or $550, with maybe more storage and an OLED panel? Would that have made people more mad, less mad? Legitimately, I want to know what people would have had Nintendo do here. People are saying bad take, but I'm not giving you a take. I'm asking a question. What would you have had them do? It is a fact. It is a simple fact that an OLED panel costs more than an LCD panel at the same size, especially if it's a brand new form factor. And this is, I'm not aware of any other device that is using an OLED that is this size and aspect ratio. So it would be, they would have to do tooling for a new display. What would you have them do, given that people are already outraged about the price?
Rightfully so.
T. Lewis says, didn't Valve do that for the Steam Deck? Wasn't there a base model IPS and a higher end model with more storage and was OLED? Yes, later. Steam Deck OLED didn't exist out of the gate. It came later. Not because Valve was just trying to bilk people and squeeze more money out of them with an OLED upgrade later, but because it took a little while for the technology to catch up and for them to be able to integrate the OLED panel. And they came at it with I think a pretty reasonable upcharge. And we weren't mad about that. So I just want to know what's different here. What do you think, Luke?
I think people are just going to be mad regardless. I think if they weren't bricking people's Switches that tried to mod them, I think people would be mad. I think if it was more affordable and they were bricking people's Switches that modded them, people would be mad. I think the only way that people wouldn't be mad with this launch is if it was significantly cheaper and they weren't doing the brick your console if you try to utilize hardware that you purchased in a way that you want, which is like obviously BS.
And the game cart thing is a big
I forgot about the game cart thing. That's also
the game cart
ridiculous.
thing is a big one. And the price of the games. I don't want to spoil too much, but I will tell you guys the premise of the video. One of the other videos we shot this week was me giving my son his birthday present. See, he had his birthday a while back, and he's not a super materialistic kind of guy. And so, but one thing that I know he likes is he likes his Nintendo Switch. And so I said, okay, son, happy birthday. I got you a Switch too. And he's like, oh, where is it? I'm like, well, it's not out yet. What do you think? I'm magic? I'll give it to you when it comes out. And so for a video concept / just an interesting exercise because I was really curious to get just, an average gamer's perspective on it. I brought him into the studio, and the intro of the video goes, "Happy birthday, son. Here's your Switch 2," is what I would say if I wasn't worried that you're making the greatest mistake of your young life. You haven't even seen what else is out there yet. Why would you just settle for the first thing? Actually, I didn't do that. Like, why would you settle for the first thing you meet? Angle, that's really funny. I should have done that for the intro. Anyway, the point is I kind of pull the Switch 2 away and I go, wait a second. You haven't tried anything else yet. And so we got a whole roster of other handheld gaming devices. Ally, Ally X, Legion Go, Ioneo 3, the MSI Claw. I'm sure I'm missing something, but and then also we had the Switch 2 in there. And basically, I made him a deal. I said, you can have your Switch 2 for your birthday, or you can try all these other ones, and if there's any one that you like better, you can have that instead. And I'm not going to tell you guys what the conclusion is, but what I will say is that because I kind of trickled out the information about each thing. Oh yeah, PS Portal was one of them, because he was like stoked on the PS Portal. But then I was like, okay, there's a catch. See that PlayStation over there? Like, that's what it's running off of. And if you're too far away from your PlayStation, it doesn't work too good. He's like, oh, okay, because I was willing to offer a PlayStation 5 plus a Portal. Because realistically, it's not even that far off the pricing if I like pick them up secondhand or whatever, right? So anyway, the funny, I wouldn't say the funniest moment, because there's one toward the end that's like really good. But one of the funniest moments was when I kind of sprung on him, okay, but here's the thing about the Switch 2. While the pricing might actually be cheaper than some of these like PC handhelds, the games are really expensive. Like I'm talking over $100. To be clear, I'm talking Canadian dollars, which they are. They're over $100 for AAA games. And he goes, he responds, he goes, for each game?
Especially a kid who's probably used to like Steam pricing.
100%. Dude, he was completely taken aback by it.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
You mean for each game? Like he couldn't, it's one of those things that you can't act. He just was mind blown by it. Like what?
Yeah, Nintendo games really don't fall in price much.
No, they don't. It's wild, dude. It's wild. But no, he's 100% right. Like that's a major issue with this platform is like Nintendo is trying to eat their cake and have it too here, where they've been upfront that they're trying to make money on the consoles, which fair enough, but they're also charging so much for the games that I feel like it'd be pretty nice if that game was subsidizing the price of the hardware a little bit,
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
All right. I feel like I've said everything I have to say about the OLED version. Okay, our last discussion topic here for the Switch 2 is what are you most excited to play?
I am very curious about Mario Kart World. I have intentionally not looked into it very much. It's the only game I have currently. I didn't buy anything else for it.
Well, technically, you have all your old games too.
Yeah.
The upgrade packs are 15 Canadian, which I don't love, but I don't hate. I think it's somewhat reasonable.
Yep.
I do hate, by the way, this is wild. Your old carts are still locked at 30 FPS. So aside from not getting the HDR or any enhancements or whatever, they run at a solid 30 FPS. But it still is frame rate locked at 30 FPS. That's ridiculous. If I have more powerful hardware, it should just run at more FPS. Anyway, carry on.
Based computer guy take. I think Mario Kart World. I don't want to know too much about it. If you like played it and you enjoyed it, like that's cool. But I don't want to know way too much about it. It sounds really weird to me. And I'm interested to experience the weirdness. See how it goes.
Cool. So anyway, guys, we're gonna have lots of coverage of the Switch 2 coming up. We're gonna have the review on LTT. We're gonna have that shopping video with my son. It's gonna be great, and hopefully it has a very long life, and who knows, maybe comes down in price at some point along the way, gets an OLED variant, and
Here's a question I have for you, actually.
yeah.
Would you have bought a Switch 2 for yourself if you weren't planning on playing games with like Little Man or others? If it was
Yes.
purely just for you.
Well, hold on. By just for me, what if it wasn't for me and my kids? What if it was for me and like entertaining? Because there's no better machine for hooking up to the Rec Room TV when we host a party than a
Yeah.
Switch.
Yeah.
And for that, I mean, you know what a, frame rate, image quality, enthusiast I am. I like to have a
still a
really
Switch.
great gaming experience. And so to me, the new Switch is Nintendo's asking for $450 from me for the first time in 8 years. Assuming I didn't buy an OLED, right? Which I did, but like they're not actually asking for a console worth of money from me that often. And so, yeah, it would just be part of my setup for when I have friends over, like play Mario Party or whatever.
Okay, and that is, in my opinion, the correct way to answer that question. But I want to move the goalpost and ask again: what if it was
Sure.
just for you, no entertaining, just for you?
That'd be tough. I thought I was going to play Tears of the Kingdom. I bought it, and then I got like 15 minutes into it, and I was like, okay, yeah, I didn't buy the Breath of the Wild expansion, and I don't need this Breath of the Wild expansion either. I know there's the building mechanics and all that, but it felt too similar to me. What I loved about Breath of the Wild was that it was so different. And, and maybe I'm making your same argument about, where I'm trying to say the Switch 2 is exciting and you're saying it's iterative, and I'm kind of making the same argument because people are going to be like, yeah, I played Tears of the Kingdom. It was so different. There was so much that was different about it. How can you possibly say it was iterative? It's emotional. It's gaming. It's not objective. It's not FPS and frame times. It's gaming. I haven't gotten into a Mario Kart since Mario Kart DS. I don't think that if it wasn't a launch title for a console that I ultimately decided to buy, anyway, I don't think I would have just gone out of my way to get into a Mario Kart again, because Mario Kart DS, it was a very different stage of my life. I was taking public transit a lot, and like I just had like downtime. I don't even think, like DS Lite would have been what I had. So I don't even think I had a smartphone yet. Like that was kind of what I did when I had idle time. So I don't think I would pick that up again. I'm gonna totally dodge your question again. I would buy it again, but I would buy it for the same reason that I bought this one, to try it, and then if I don't end up caring about it, put it in the lounge at Smash Champs. So what I've decided is I'm either going to keep this and put my Switch OLED in the lounge at Smash Champs, or I'm going to decide I just don't care that much and I'm not going to use it, and I'll borrow my son's if I really need it, and I will put this in Smash Champs and then either sell the Switch OLED or hold on to it or put it in the theater or something. If it was just to game, just handheld, I probably wouldn't bother, because I have so many games that look really appealing to me in my backlog that I haven't had a chance to finish, that I just don't see the need to buy hardware to finish them.
This is the answer I was looking for, because I think
because you want to talk about a game you finished?
No, because ultimately, I think we kind of bought it for similar reasons.
Right.
And it was not necessarily just us. It was the social ecosystem that this brand very unfortunately seems to be able to bring together sometimes. Like I know it wasn't, they advertised as if it was going to be, and then I don't think it was quite as much, but like Wii parties were a thing.
Oh yeah. Dude, 100%.
Switch parties, I don't know.
By the way, guys, I have spoiled nothing because I'm talking about the rationale for purchasing it.
What? Yeah. What did they think you were talking about?
Well, that I spoiled my son's choice.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Because I made the decision before
Yeah.
he even came in to shoot the video.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, sorry, carry on.
I think that's just people misunderstanding. But yeah, it's a thing. It's a bringer together of people.
Yep. And nobody else does local gaming the way that Nintendo does. With that said, there's a lot more on Steam these days than there used to be. Like I'm finally playing Unravel 2. Yvonne and I are almost done, and it's great. It's fun. It's not, you know, super challenging. Like if you're an old school gamer or whatever, you know, it's very much like It Takes Two for me. Beautiful environments, less fun gimmicks. Like It Takes Two had a lot of different gameplay mechanics that Unravel 2 doesn't really. But it's like beautiful environments, and you just hang out and you just play a game and you just enjoy each other's company and chill on the couch. You don't have to like think super hard a lot of the time. And that is getting better on the PC side, but I don't think anything is quite Mario Party.
Yeah. Even though Mario Party kind of sucks now. it still works somehow. Anyway.
I thought the latest one fixed the unskippable nonsense that I had with the one that I bought. I'm not actually sure.
I didn't even know there's been one since then. So
yeah, there has. That one that you and I played together for a little bit, or like tried to play together, but it was like unusable because of how impossible it was to skip anything. And what killed me about it was how fixable it was.
Oh yeah.
Like, ew.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're getting screamed at by Dan Besser to explain and do 2 merch messages.
How dare you?
Oh, sorry about that.
I have said no words in over an hour.
He did the extremely loud action of putting the little thing on the corner of the TV. I'm massively mischaracterizing his actions right now, but it's funny to me, so I think that's okay.
You know what?
Okay.
I respect that.
Do you want to do them this time?
Sure.
I just got to get something related to the thing that I was doing today to people who are working on the thing I was doing today.
Sure. Merch messages are a thing. You can get them by going to LTT store, finding a product that you're interested in, like, oh my goodness, tall pants.
Whoa.
What? That's crazy. Adding those to cart, and then going and looking at your cart, and then in here you can see the big bonus bin banner. Or sorry, actually that's cool too. You should do that as well, but that's not what I'm talking about. The merch messages banner, and click this checkbox that says you want your message to appear on the stream, and then you can decide if you want it to be anonymous or show your first and last name, and then type some content like "Hi Dan," a smiley face, and then pick whatever style you want it to be in, like swamp. And then when you check out, it'll go to Dan, and then Dan can either respond to you directly with the tippy tappies at his on his desk, and then you'll see it in the bottom of the screen over there, or he will curate it for Linus and I, and sometimes himself, to respond to through the vocal cords later on in the stream. That's how merch messages work, and now we're going to do 2 of them.
Well, you're going to do one, and then
we're going to do one of them, and then we're going to do some other stuff.
We're going to follow instructions for a change, Luke. We're going to follow the bloody instructions. That's what we're going to do.
No!
I don't like this. Can we not do that?
Yeah, we should do it slightly wrong.
Yeah. Let's read 1.5 merch messages and then move on. Hello, LLD. I will protect Bretasaurus at all costs. Luke, as a single developer working on an app, how should I go about security? Been looking at Firebase authentication. Tips or tricks? Don't.
We don't need to know your relationship status.
There are. You can get someone else to roll your auth for you. I don't remember the names of them, but there's some services that you can just get that'll do it. It depends. Like, are you pre-revenue? Do you have money backing you?
Pre-revenue. I like that term. I remember when I was pre-revenue.
Pre-revenue, pre-idea,
I think that
pre-team.
That would have been such a that would have been such a hack thing to call it, you know, when I was talking to Yvonne about it.
This is a startup thing.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I haven't heard it before.
Yeah,
That's great.
Are you pre-revenue? Are you pre-investment? Are you pre-team? Are you pre-idea? Pre-idea is my favorite one.
Free competency.
We have a fantastic team. We poach them all from, they're all like ex-Googlers, ex-Microsoft, whatever. We're currently pre-revenue, pre-idea, but we're gathering funds. It's great. It's great. But yeah, you could get a subscribed auth. So just like pay somebody else to handle your auth for you. I don't know how much it costs, and I don't know example companies because we've never done it, but I know it's a thing.
Someone else should do it, basically.
Yeah, maybe. If your idea is really good and you want to get it to market, things move really fast these days. You might not want to make it yourself. When we first started Floatplane, the amount of things we had to make ourselves was crazy. If we were remaking all of Floatplane right now, we would not have to do as much of it ourselves. I'll say that much. Yeah. Anyways.
All right. I've got another half a merch message. Hey, tips from tech. Building up for the new hoodie. Any possibilities for a crossbody bag or strap? How about some announcements?
Wait, what did I just? Sorry, hold on. What did I just hear? I was following up that thing. I'm done now. What?
We're breaking the rules.
We're breaking up the merch messages, so you'll get the second half after you've done the announcements.
Nice.
Sorry, what did I hear about a crossbody bag?
You got to do the announcements. You get to.
We got to do the announcements. Announcing the Bretosaurus hoodie. This hoodie that Linus is wearing right now.
Did you get yours?
Yes.
I forgot to put mine on.
Maybe you should put it on. I'll read it. You put it on.
Okay.
This hoodie is so flipping cool. It's so cool, okay? It features a new printing technique for us with an embossed breadsaurus that is subtle. I don't know that it's that subtle, but it's adorable, making it easier to pair with other clothes and show off how cultured you are. It also has a great tactile feel to it, so it's like raised. Can you guys see the breadsaurus? It's so cute. Like most of our other hoodies, it has a secure pocket for your phone or earbuds to make them less likely to fall out, and also has custom baby version of our Chonk draw cord with LTT stamped metal tips. It is super comfy, super soft on the inside, and you look amazing. You both look amazing.
Thank you.
Don't lie to me in public.
Dude, they nailed the color on this one. They did such a good job. The team just crushed this product.
Yeah, it's very, very comfortable.
Yeah, it's
the
really
baby
comfy.
versions of the whatever these are called again, drawstring tips, are nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we made our own draw cords for, I think, the Super Soft, and so we called them the Chonks. And because they're metal at the end and they're like a nice thick weave. So these are like that, but they're baby ones. They're small, so they're still metal, but they're not like ridiculously huge.
Yeah.
So they're baby chunks.
Yeah, it's very comfortable. The embossed logo thing is really cool.
Get yours at lmg.gg/breadsaurus.
Yes.
Panda asks, is this a permanent product or limited time? Who knows with us?
Ultimately,
and it's not because we're trying to be mean or anything, but a lot of the time, the first order, we're testing the waters. If it doesn't sell at all, guess what? It's limited edition. If it sells really well, guess what? We're going to reorder it. We're still, in the grand scheme of things, a really small company. There are things about us that are kind of on the bigger side. Like, we sell a lot of screwdrivers. Screwdriver has been an absolute smash hit for us. But on the clothing, like the apparel side, we're still a pretty small company, and we run up against challenges where minimum order quantities are just like not doable for us very regularly. That's a thing. So we're going to do our best with it. And if we can, bring in more of them, we'd love to. But if you really want one, yeah, but if you're in a position where you can afford it right now, I wouldn't say don't buy it. Someone asks, why no restock of the firewall shirt? Because that was limited edition. That was a print to order where we only made as many as people ordered. So that's how many we're selling of that. It was to celebrate our April Fool's joke. It wouldn't make sense on the store forever. I would say this is on the heavier side for hoodies. Would you agree with that, Luke? Versus like a super light hoodie?
This is a warm hoodie. Yeah.
It's a warm one.
It's not comfy, to be fair. I am a warm boy, and I'm sitting here and I'm fine. It's not. You're not gonna like absolutely roast, but it's a warm
isn't bad.
hoodie. This would be nice in like the fall.
or evening outside fire
Yeah.
summer. This is a great
That's a
summer
good call.
fireside. Yeah, this is really
100%.
really nice.
Yeah.
All right. What's next?
Well,
Do you want to do another one, or do you want the rest of that merch message?
Weekend Mukum.
Another
Excuse
one?
me?
Weekend Mukum. MCM.
Okay.
Oh. Sure.
Another. No, I'm doing.
You're doing it out of order, Luke. Way to go, Luke.
Well, I think they're cheating because I don't think they're supposed to get 2 announcements. So maybe it's not out of order.
You're in charge, Luke.
Yeah, weekend MCM deal. Also, this weekend, save when you buy 2 individual MCM components. 2 for $24.99 USD on the US site, and 2 individual MCM components. 2 for $24.99 USD on the US site, and 2 for $34.99 CAD on the global site. This includes arches, power bar